Chapter 1766. Kill. Seeing that Ling Xiao was trapped, the Dark Fire Clan's martial artists all charged over. They threw their weapons at the flaming cage in an attempt to surround and kill Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, a terrifying explosion was heard. The flaming cage was instantly shattered, and the terrifying weapons bounced back. Dozens of Dark Fire Clan's martial artists were killed instantly. Objectively speaking, Ling Xiao's attack this time had directly saved a large number of surface cultivators, allowing them to escape from danger. More people came to watch the show. It was not that they did not want to help, but they felt that they could not do anything. This guy is too strong. Is he really a martial artist at the 6th or 8th level of the yin-yang realm? As Ling Xiao had concealed his cultivation level, only a few martial artists such as Mo Dao and Wu Qinwang could see his true cultivation level. The others thought that he was a 6th level yin-yang realm martial artist. Destroy. Ling Xiao's huge golden crow claws grabbed at the Dark Fire Clan's young lord. The black-striped and golden-striped elders tried to help, but they were too far away. The terrifying claws tore the Dark Fire Clan's young lord's body apart. The moment he killed the Dark Fire Clan's young lord, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Run! He did not have time to explain. He flapped his huge wings, and a gust of wind swept his 8 companions up. Then he flew far away. His soul power was extremely strong, but he could still feel that this expert who suddenly appeared was a fatal threat to him. He was probably an absolute expert from the Yeren Kingdom. Ling Xiao knew that there was always someone better than him. He was not stupid enough to wait for death here. When the others saw him run, they all followed. Ling Xiao's every judgment was correct. This was the key reason why they trusted Ling Xiao so much. Once they started to run, they would realize the difference in strength. Those who were slow were naturally unlucky. The black-striped and golden-striped elders were hysterical when they saw the Dark Fire Clan's young lord being killed. They vented their anger on those who were slow. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen martial artists were killed. At this time, of the 400 over martial artists who had entered the underground world, only 30 over were left. This was simply miserable. But at this moment, Ling Xiao didn't care so much because he knew that the spiritual temple was already nearby, and the map of the secret territory was sending a strange energy that was guiding him forward. Damn, how is that brat so fast? We can't even catch up to him with 8 people? Demonic Saber was furious. His cultivation was clearly higher than Ling Xiao's, but his speed was actually inferior. This was simply embarrassing. Those who kill my son shall die. Suddenly, a huge meteorite fell from the sky. Meteorites covered in black flames fell to the ground, smashing another 10 martial artists to death on the spot. There were only about 20 people left, and the one who attacked was the peerless expert who had just arrived. He was probably the Dark Fire Clan's patriarch. Otherwise, he wouldn't have addressed the young master of the Dark Fire Clan as his son. Ling Xiao glanced back. This person was wearing a red robe, and his skin was actually dark gold. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were like burning flames, looking extremely strange. But his aura was really strong, so strong that it made people tremble. Ling Xiao didn't want to stay with this guy at all, let alone fight. Although he was very strong, he wasn't so stupid that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the face of such an expert, the only thing he could do was to escape. Patriarch, the black-striped elder, and the golden-striped elder knelt beside the red-robed elder, trembling with fear. Their patriarch only had a son, and he only had one son. Yet he was killed. In his fury, he might even kill the 2 of them. What are you 2 doing? Why did my son die? The red-robed patriarch directly grabbed the black-striped elder and the golden-striped elder by the neck with both hands and questioned with wide eyes. At this time, the Dark Fire Clan army he brought was killing the fleeing enemies. There's a surface human whose soul power is actually stronger than our Nightman clans. He's known as a true immortal genius, and we didn't have time to rescue him. The black-striped elder hurriedly explained, "Trash, chase after him. If you don't bring back that kid's head, I'll take your lives." Then the red-robed elder glanced at his son's corpse and roared into the sky. Then he flew into the sky and chased after Ling Xiao and the others. The red-robed elder's speed was too shocking. His feet were stepping on flames, and the flames were surging. His speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. In just a moment, he had already caught up with the remaining 20 martial artists. "All of you die for this old man." The red-robed elder had a thought, and the terrifying flames turned into 2 fire dragons that shot out. In an instant, 3 10th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists died, tragically. Ling Xiao heard the screams behind him, but he didn't turn back. The Soul Shrine was not far away. He believed that as long as he reached there, he could avoid the elder's pursuit. Anyway, he ran faster, so although the elder was also very fast, he was still 1,000 meters away from him. Wall of Purgatory. The red-robed elder seemed to have seen the Soul Shrine and guessed what Ling Xiao and the others were thinking. Then he activated his soul power, and a terrifying aura instantly attacked. A huge flaming barrier trapped everyone. The Wall of Purgatory was formed by powerful soul power, and it was extremely tough. Seeing the barrier in front of him, Ling Xiao's face darkened. At this moment, he didn't have time to think. A pitch-black universe suddenly appeared behind him, and the terrifying tyrannical martial soul released the power of the universe. His golden crow avatar instantly became much bigger and more powerful. He had no choice. Facing such a barrier set up by such an expert, he couldn't think of any other way to break it other than using the tyrannical martial soul. Chirp! The immemorial golden crow let out a loud chirp, penetrated the weakest part of the barrier, and continued to rush forward. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the Tai Chi Eye and the tyrannical martial soul, he would have died here today. Perhaps in order to save his life. Other than the red-robed elder, the others didn't realize that Ling Xiao had used a terrifying power. Demon Saber, Extremity. Demon Saber turned pale, with fright at this moment. He saw Ling Xiao rush out of a small hole, but this small hole was rapidly closing. He had used his most terrifying trump card. His body and the saber in his hand almost condensed into a point and broke through the air at a terrifying speed. Before the small hole closed, they disappeared. The martial prince's speed wasn't slower than Demon Saber's. His figure flashed, and he used the small hole opened by Ling Xiao to escape. These two were the strongest among the warriors, so it was easy for them to escape. Among the remaining warriors, only Feng Ming Wu Yang transformed into an ice phoenix, and her speed sublimated to the extreme in an instant. Moreover, the small hole that was about to close was frozen for a moment. It was this moment of opportunity that allowed him to escape. Chapter 1767. After Feng Ming and Wu Yang escaped, the rest of them no longer had a chance. The small hole closed completely, trapping the remaining warriors. Everything happened so quickly that the red-robed elder didn't expect it at all. Everything was because of that strange golden crow. If it weren't for that guy, the purgatory wall wouldn't have been damaged, and the people behind them wouldn't have been able to escape. He was the patriarch of the Dark Fire Clan, the #1 expert under the Night Demon. Yet, he still let 12 people escape even after using such a powerful purgatory wall. This was a great humiliation. Die! The red-robed elder roared in rage. The purgatory wall exploded, and the remaining 8 warriors were all killed. Among them were Tian Haijun, Spirit Pill Elder, Fan Laoyan, and Wu Qinhuang's Four Sedan Bearers. So far, only Ling Zhao's group of 9, plus Demonic Blade, Wu Qinhuang, and Feng Ming and Wu Yang survived for the time being. One had to know that there were more than 400 of them when they came. The Soul Temple was close at hand, but the danger was getting worse. In addition to the red-robed elder, the black-striped and golden-striped elders also launched long-range attacks with the other warriors of the Dark Fire clan. This kind of attack made it impossible for them to fly in peace. They had to keep dodging. In this way, they wasted a lot of time to reach the Soul Temple. Kid, hurry up and open the Soul Temple. Otherwise, when that old guy is free, we'll all die. Demonic Blade roared. In fact, Ling Xiao also planned to do so without him saying it. He didn't want to help Demonic Blade. However, opening the Soul Temple now was also helping him. Finally, after passing through many obstacles, Ling Xiao arrived in front of the Soul Temple. The secret realm map in his hand shone even brighter. There's a formation. Damn it! Ling Xiao frowned. He changed back to his original form and began to focus on breaking the formation. Dan Feng and the others stood in front of him. If they really had to die, they would die for Ling Xiao at all costs. Dark Fire Clan, get out of the way. The red-robed elder saw that Ling Xiao had the secret realm map and was clearly anxious. He didn't have time to chase, so he roared. Then he raised both of his hands, and an even more terrifying black flame emperor rose up. This black flame emperor was bigger than the one the young master of the Dark Fire clan had, and its power was also more terrifying. Ling Xiao believed that it was impossible for him to block it. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, but his eyes were still fixed on the spiritual temple's array. If he wanted to be saved, the only thing he could do was to break this array. As for Demonic Blade, Wu Qinhuang, and Phoenix Cry Dance, they all stopped. At this critical moment, even if they were unwilling, they had to protect Ling Xiao. Otherwise, everyone would die. Die for this old man. The huge black flame emperor was thrown out like a black sun. Except for Ling Xiao, the other 11 people all used their own strength and blasted out. The black fire flame emperor was temporarily stopped in midair, but he continued to fall. It was just that his speed had slowed down. The black flame emperor continued to fall. Demonic Blade roared. Kid with the surname Ling, if you can't open the spiritual temple, I'll kill all of your friends, not leaving a single one alive. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. At this moment, he didn't have time to bicker with Demonic Blade. For him, time was life. Wasting time on meaningless bickering was the most unwise thing to do. Die. The soul power released by the red-robed old man was even more terrifying, and the black flame emperor's falling speed suddenly increased. Demonic Blade's face turned cold as he turned to look at Wu Qinhuang. If the black flame emperor fell, it would be better to pull a shield than die together. Among everyone, only Wu Qinhuang was the most suitable for this shield. After all, Wu Qinhuang was stronger. He would also block more of the impact for him. Thinking of this, Demonic Blade quietly withdrew a part of his power and reached out to Wu Qinhuang. However, at that moment, a huge crocodile claw appeared behind him. It turned out that Demonic Blade was thinking the same thing as Wu Qinhuang, and that cunning Wu Qinhuang was even faster than him. Wu Qinhuang, how dare you? Demonic Blade sensed the danger and shouted in horror. He had always been known for his cunning, but he never thought that Wu Qinhuang was a member of the royal family. If he didn't have a brain, how could he survive in the royal family? In terms of deceit and conspiracy, Wu Qinhuang was obviously better than him. What a joke! Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? If you can block an attack for this king, you will die a worthy death. The huge crocodile claw directly hit Demonic Blade's back from behind. Demonic Blade's body rushed forward and directly pounced into the terrifying Black Flame Emperor. Perhaps it was due to his desire to survive. Demonic Blade erupted with his most terrifying potential at this moment. The Black Blade danced, and actually weakened the Black Flame Emperor by a lot. But even so, his opponent was still too strong. In the end, he was still burned to death while screaming miserably. Ling Xiao still didn't look back. To him, this was meaningless. Or, rather, Demonic Blade had threatened him several times and tried to kill him. In fact, he already had the intention to kill him. Today, Demonic Blade was killed by Wu Qinhuang, and he was happy to see it. However, he must be wary of Wu Qinhuang. This person was so cunning and sinister that he definitely couldn't cooperate with him. The Black Flame Emperor was weakened by Demonic Blade's attack before his death. Under the attacks of the 10 people except for Ling Xiao, it finally collapsed. Seeing this scene, the red-robed old man was so angry that he stomped his feet. Today, all of you will die here. Don't even think about escaping. Meteor fall. The red-robed old man crazily poured out the soul power in his spiritual sea as if it was free. The originally dark sky was burning with the light of flames. More than a dozen huge meteors fell from the sky and blasted towards Ling Xiao and the others. Wu Qinhuang looked at Feng Ming, Wu Yang, Dan Feng, and the others. This guy wants to find warriors to be his shield again. Hold on a little longer. The array will break soon. Although only 2 or 3 minutes had passed, Ling Xiao had already figured out the mystery of the spiritual palace's array. This gave the red-robed old man a shock. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao's array attainments to be so high. Pooh! In order to speed up the meteor's fall, the red-robed old man didn't hesitate to injure himself and spit out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying meteors instantly sped up and rushed downwards. Seeing this, Wu Qinhuang suddenly raised his hand. A mass of water turned into tentacles and grabbed Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, and Feng Minglian, trying to throw them towards the 3 meteors. If you dare to make a move, I'll kill you. A cold voice came from behind Wu Qinhuang. He obviously ignored Ling Xiao's feelings for his friends. He thought that at this critical moment, Ling Xiao would disregard the safety of his friends for his own life. Chapter 1768. Don't act recklessly. I'll let them go. Although Wu Qinhuang was more powerful than Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao's sword was at his vital point. No matter how powerful he was, he had to die. Let them go immediately and block the meteorite. I need 1 more minute. Ling Xiao said coldly. Wu Qinhuang was depressed, but he had to do as he was told. He grabbed the direction of the 3 people. Then, he endured the pain and took out his Dharma treasure. Then, he attacked the meteorite in the sky. Go! The moment he attacked, Ling Xiao suddenly entered the spirit temple with the other 8 people. Damn it, you actually dared to trick me. Wu Qinhuang was stunned for a moment before realizing that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. What did he mean by there was still a minute before he could crack the array? This kid had already cracked the array. He was just tricking him. However, the magic weapon he released had already collided with the meteorite. For a moment, he was really reluctant to let it go. While he was hesitating, Feng Ming and Wu Yang had already entered the spirit temple. Wu Qinhuang saw the situation and knew that it would be too late if he didn't leave now. In a hurry, he abandoned the extremely precious magic weapon he had released and rushed into the spirit temple. Brat surnamed Ling, just you wait. When you return to the surface, this king will kill all of you. With that, he disappeared as well. The Dark Fire Clan's warriors wanted to chase after him, but they were stopped by the red-robed old man. The spirit temple is Lord Night Demon's residence. If they enter, only death awaits them. No matter who trespasses, they won't survive. although he really wanted to chase after Ling Xiao and kill him with his own hands, because Ling Xiao had killed his son. However, as the patriarch of the Dark Fire clan, he remained calm. Although he could vent his anger, the Dark Fire clan would be destroyed. You two go in. No matter what, you have to bring back that young man's head. The red-robed old man didn't want his clansmen to die, but he had no sympathy for the two who failed to protect his son. Goldmark and Blackmark Elder looked at each other and felt somewhat unhappy. Your son was killed. Why are you venting your anger on us? We weren't the ones who killed him. But even though they thought so in their hearts, they did not dare to say it out loud. They were deeply afraid of the Dark Fire clan's patriarch. They knew better than anyone else what the consequences of offending him would be. This subordinate obeys. In the end, the two of them didn't dare to disobey the order and nodded. Don't forget that you have this old man's spiritual sense on you. If you don't work hard, I'll make sure you die miserably. Also, your families are here as well. If you don't want them all to die, don't even think about betraying the Dark Fire clan. Your subordinate doesn't dare. The two of them hurriedly expressed their stance. The patriarch of the Dark Fire clan was too ruthless. He used their families to threaten them. This made them not dare to act recklessly. Then let's go. The Dark Fire patriarch nodded in satisfaction. Even though the old man with gold runes and the old man with black runes felt helpless, they could only step into the spirit temple obediently. A dangerous and terrifying aura came from inside. Both of them couldn't help but shudder. Seems like this is the place we're looking for. Somewhere in the spirit temple, balls of strange ghost fire floated in the air. These ghost fire were bigger than ordinary ghost fire, and one could clearly feel the powerful soul aura coming from within. Good heavens! These are the soul flames of experts who had mysteriously disappeared. What did they encounter to become like this? Dan Feng looked at the ghost fire and couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Don't be afraid. Quickly choose a suitable soul flame to inherit. The weakest soul flame here was at the half-step rebirth realm when they were alive. Understand the essence of their martial arts and inherit their martial arts experience. It should be of great help to your strength. Ling Xiao could feel the strange energy flowing in these soul flames. This was probably the true treasure shown on the map of the secret realm. We'll cultivate, but what about you, Big Brother Ling? If the Martial King comes, he won't let us go. And those Dark Fire clan warriors, they should also come in, right? Longchen asked worriedly. Don't worry about me. The Martial King will definitely come in. But I purposely did something to the array just now, so he, Fengming, Wu Yang, and the Dark Fire clan will be teleported to another place. At least, they won't be able to come in a short time. What you need to do now is to cultivate. Of course, me too. Ling Xiao smiled and began to look for a suitable soul flame to inherit. Seeing him like this, the others didn't dare to be negligent. This trip to the underground world showed them how weak they were. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would have died long ago. Therefore, the best way to repay Ling Xiao was to raise their cultivation with all their strength. Soon, Dan Feng and the others found soul flames suitable for them, especially Longchen, who found a soul flame left behind by an immemorial Dragon Clan expert. This made him feel extremely lucky. Only Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with these soul flames. He was more experienced and wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he continued to search. Anyway, this place was very big. Maybe he could find something special. For example, something that the lords of hell feared. On the other side, Wu Qin, Feng Ming, and Wu Yang, who had been tricked by Ling Xiao, appeared in the same area. The two of them didn't intend to fight. After all, there was no enmity between them. Instead, they were facing the same predicament. They had been tricked by Ling Xiao. What made them even more depressed was that after a while, the black-striped elder and the golden-striped elder were also teleported here. The two sides had been fighting before. Now that they met, there was no need to say anything. They immediately started fighting. On the other side, Ling Xiao was searching nearby, when suddenly a strange cry came from not far away. Roar! 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 When the roar sounded, the entire Temple of Souls seemed to shake violently. A terrifying, evil, demonic aura came from afar. The soul flames near Ling Xiao were frightened by this demonic aura and started to flee. Driven by curiosity and the thought of protecting his friends, Ling Xiao threw out a refining formation stone and blocked the place where his friends were cultivating. He then sped up and rushed in the direction of the roar. When he got closer, he saw a bull standing there. That's right, it was a bull, and it was standing. It held a huge axe in its hand and had a pair of black wings on its back. It was about 14 or 15 meters tall. It was quite tall and mighty. This guy was very strong. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could feel the restlessness of the Lords of Hell. However, with the Lords of Hell's strength, this black flying bull wasn't a threat to it. Could there be something even stronger? Chapter 1769. Ling Xiao was a little worried, but also a little excited. He didn't plan on leaving the spiritual temple empty-handed. Since he was already here, he had to at least get some good stuff. The flying black ox roared furiously as it charged at Ling Xiao. A strange black gas was mixed in the wind, and it was like a storm. The black gas was demonic energy formed from the fusion of soul power and internal energy. It was not only filled with terrifying destructive power, but it could also affect a person's soul. Demonic ox fiendish chi? Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully observed the monster that was charging at him. He concluded that it wasn't a creature from the mystic world. Like the Lord of Hell from the Hell Pagoda, it should have come from a spatial crack. However, it was much weaker than the Lord of Hell. It was only at the 10th stage of the yin-yang realm. However, this terrifying fiendish chi was much purer than the Lord of Hell's. Ha ha ha, human. Surface human. Your aura intoxicates me, and your body makes me drool. The flying black ox actually spoke human language and laughed loudly. I didn't expect you to dare trespass into my territory. Then you'll become a delicacy in my stomach. Ling Xiao frowned, facing the flying black ox's overwhelming black fiendish chi. Ling Xiao directly pulled out the divine radiance sword. The profound meaning of light had a suppressive effect on things of the darkness attribute. It was the most suitable to use at this time. He grabbed the divine radiance sword with both hands. The image of the immemorial golden crow appeared behind him. Golden light constantly accumulated and merged into the divine radiance sword. Kill! Ling Xiao stabbed out with the divine radiance sword. The sword light instantly spread out, filling the entire space with golden light. It was filled with high temperature. In that instant, the air was filled with high temperature sword chi, shattering the black, fiendish chi. Destroy! With the divine radiance sword in my hand and the immemorial golden crow's battle intent, I can control the profound meaning of light. Destroying a little demon like you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Ling Xiao's voice was like a thunderclap. Moreover, every word that came out of his mouth created a powerful vibration. Along with the eruption of the golden crow's battle intent, it constantly attacked the flying black ox. Divine radiant sword, extreme yang change. Just as the flying black yak was stunned by the terrifying power, Ling Xiao suddenly swung the divine radiant sword, and the immemorial golden crow behind him burned fiercely, shooting out endless rays of golden light. After that, the terrifying power was completely integrated into the sword chi as it ferociously attacked the flying black ox. The flying black yak was enveloped by the terrifying sword chi, and its body was shattering inch by inch. It was already too late for it to escape. Just as its body was about to fall apart, the flying black yak let out a painful roar. Impossible! How can you possess such a terrifying light profound? The power of profound is definitely not something that a martial artist from the White Tiger continent can possess. Who are you? What are you? Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him. He took out the dragon talisman and sucked the dying black flying bull into it, burning it with the black hell dragon fire. Ling Xiao had mastered the light Upanishad and the shadow Upanishad. He could almost walk between darkness and light. Whether it was immortals or demons, he had a way to perfectly counter them. His tyrannical martial soul was the nemesis of almost all martial souls. It could purify all kinds of strange energy. This included demonic chi, murderous chi, immortal chi, and so on. Because of this, Ling Xiao's blood soul talisman had a wider range of uses than many martial artists' blood soul talismans in the immortal court continent. Ordinary martial artists would not be able to withstand the demonic chi that surged towards them when facing such a demon. It would be good if they could unleash 70 to 80% of their strength. Most martial artists would be scared silly and would not even be able to unleash 50% of their strength. However, Ling Xiao did not have such concerns. Therefore, he did not hesitate and continued forward. This flying black ox was just a piece of cake. A monster at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm was nothing to him now. There should be something even more powerful in this place. It should be something that could make even the lords of hell tremble. As he walked forward, more and more strange creatures appeared. They were all filled with terrifying demonic chi. Ling Xiao even suspected that there might be a spatial crack in the Temple of Souls that allowed these demonic creatures to be transported in from another plane. In front of him was a pitch-black mountain that was more than 10 meters tall. Black smoke was spewing out of the mountain. Ling Xiao frowned. Then he took out the divine sword of light and slashed down. Rumble! The mountain that was more than 10 meters tall was split open by the slash. A lair appeared in the mountain. There was a huge coffin in the lair. It was as black as ink and looked like it was made of special wood. Inside the coffin, a terrifying aura was constantly released, causing people to feel uneasy. Crack! Inside the coffin, a creature opened its eyes. It had been sleeping here for thousands of years so that it could absorb the demonic chi that was released here to nourish its body. It could demonize its entire body and cultivate unparalleled demonic arts. However, it did not expect that the mountain it was hiding in would be split open by someone during this crucial year. Who did it? Who had such strength? The creature opened its eyes and broke out of the coffin in an attempt to kill this person. However, the moment he broke out of the coffin, a huge golden hand grabbed his neck tightly, making him unable to move. No wonder. It's a blood demon. Ling Xiao recognized this creature. It was a demonic creature born from the tainted blood of the ancient battlefield. This was a truly terrifying existence that fed on the blood of all living beings. If it was allowed to grow, the Tianhai Empire would definitely be plunged into a calamity. The blood demon's neck suddenly stretched dozens of meters and bit at Ling Xiao's head. It naturally would not submit to a mere human on the surface. Instead, it wanted to suck the human's blood dry. However, even though it was fast, Ling Xiao was faster. The golden palm released a shocking amount of samadhi true fire. The terrifying flames burned the blood demon until it roared in fear. In an instant, It was burned to ashes. Another demonic creature around the 10th stage of the yin-yang realm. This soul temple doesn't seem as peaceful as I thought. Ling Xiao threw the blood demon into the dragon talisman again. It was beneficial for the hell dragon fire, Samadhi true fire, and death dark flames to refine it. He had an idea now. He wanted to find the spatial crack and seal it forever. After all, the White Tiger continent would be his sooner or later. If the spatial crack was allowed to exist, the White Tiger continent would become a demonic creature's world. He would not allow that to happen. Hence, he wanted to slaughter all the demonic creatures in the Soul Temple and seal the spatial crack. To him, this was to prepare for taking over the White Tiger continent in the future. At the same time, it was a form of training for him and increasing his cultivation. Every time he killed a demonic creature, his cultivation would increase a little. This was mainly because the Blood Soul Talisman could convert the demonic chi into shadow power that he needed. Chapter 1770. After making his decision, Ling Xiao continued forward. He did not need to look for those demonic creatures. After smelling his scent, they were like a pack of hungry wolves that found delicious meat. They all rushed out. However, they were all slaughtered by Ling Xiao in the end. They were all annihilated. Those powerful demonic creatures hiding in the dark were at the 10th level of yin-yang realm. They were definitely the overlords of this underground world. The Nightman tribe even worshipped them like gods. They were prepared to accumulate power and charge out when the time was right to give the martial artists on the surface a huge surprise. However, their ambitions were shattered today. Their ambitions were destroyed. They were all mercilessly killed by Ling Xiao. In less than 2 hours, more than 10 10th level yin-yang realm demonic creatures died in Ling Xiao's hands. As for the rest of the demonic creatures, they were countless. Ling Xiao had completely become a demon-hunting war god. He was invincible wherever he went. None of the demonic creatures could block the divine light sword in his hand. As the slaughter progressed, Ling Xiao realized that his cultivation was rapidly improving, from the early stage to the middle stage, and then to the late stage of the 8th level of yin-yang realm. In less than 2 hours, he was almost at the peak of the 8th level of yin-yang realm. With this kind of cultivation speed, it was likely that the martial artists outside would not be able to catch up to him. Whoosh! Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in his cultivation improvement, a stream of light suddenly attacked him. This stream of light was extremely fast, but it was only the size of a thumb. It was impossible to defend against. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was wearing the Crimson Sun feathered raiment. When that thing hit his body, sparks flew. Ling Xiao felt that his Crimson Sun feathered raiment was weakened instantly. It was as if it was going to be shattered. So powerful! He activated his Tai Chi, and dodged the light again. When he looked closely, he realized that it was a demon the size of a thumb. It looked like an insect. It was extremely strange. Insect demon? Ling Xiao had seen heavenly demons and blood demons, but this was his first time seeing an insect demon. This thing was extremely small, ugly, and ferocious. Furthermore, it was not a physical body. The insect demon's most formidable trait was its terrifying parasitic ability. Once the insect demon crashed into the body, the spirit sea would be instantly contaminated and the person would be controlled directly. Moreover, because the insect demon was a demon born from pure soul energy, ordinary martial arts were unable to harm it. Only soul secret techniques had any effect on it. So this insect demon had become the sealed world's most terrifying nightmare. In the past, several nations had been destroyed because of the appearance of the insect demons. At that time, the Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty had taken emergency measures. He did not hesitate to bear the infamy of being a butcher and directly destroyed those countries, burying and sealing them together with the insect demons. In that case, the entire profound world had probably become a paradise for insect demons. The sneak attack failed, and the insect demon quickly disappeared. When it reappeared, it had turned into a beautiful woman. Ling Xiao recognized this woman. She was one of the martial artists who had entered the underground world with him. It seemed like the Nightman clan had thrown those corpses into the spirit temple through a special channel. Or it could be said that it was a sacrifice. The insect demon had borrowed this woman's body. The woman's face was pale, and the nails on her hands suddenly grew by a foot. Then she suddenly clawed at Ling Xiao. It was obvious that the insect demon was controlling the woman's body, and it was controlling it perfectly. If he remembered correctly, this woman's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. She stood no chance against Ling Xiao. However, this attack gave Ling Xiao a headache. The sharp claws seemed to pierce through space and suddenly appeared in front of Ling Xiao. There was a dense black aura on the claws, and it was rising continuously as if it wanted to completely corrode everything in the world. The woman let out an ear-piercing shriek. This shriek was filled with powerful soul power. Ordinary martial artists would have had a mental breakdown in an instant. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. The divine light sword in his hand stabbed out at an equally strange angle. The divine sword flashed with light as if it had been pulled out from the sun. It directly attacked the sharp claws. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The divine light sword actually cut off the woman's hand. The claws fell to the ground and were already burnt to ashes. Swoosh! Just then, a green light flew into Ling Xiao's mouth. The woman fell to the ground and stopped moving. Not good. She was possessed by the insect demon. At that moment, Ling Xiao realized that he had been tricked by the cunning insect demon. Then his whole body suddenly became ice cold. The insect demon was trying to enter his spiritual sea to control his soul and body. How could he let it succeed? Dragon Talisman, 18 Hell Talisman. 2 Blood Soul Talismans flew out of his spiritual sea at the same time and attacked the insect demon. The insect demon had never encountered a martial artist who had 2 Blood Soul Talismans in his spiritual sea. Seeing that the situation was bad, it quickly turned around and tried to escape. At that moment, countless ghostly hands reached out from the 18 Hell Talismans and pulled it back. Then, terrifying flames burned one after another. The insect demon was burned by the Hell Dragon fire, true Samadhi fire, and dark death flames. If it were anyone else, they would be done for once the insect demon entered their body. Unless their soul power was stronger than the insect demons, they would be able to stop the insect demon from entering their spiritual sea. Even so, they would not be able to kill the insect demon. With the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans in Ling Xiao's spiritual sea, they were almost the nemesis of all insect demons. What abundant energy! Also, there's strong vitality flowing into the cells. This must be from the martial artists whose vitality was absorbed by the insect demon before, right? When Ling Xiao was melting the insect demon, he noticed that not only was his inner energy increasing, but his Emperor Earth Queen's cells were also awakening. The insect demon was as powerful as an yin-yang realm stage 11 expert. It was even more terrifying than the 2 demonic creatures that Ling Xiao encountered earlier. However, the insect demon's mistake was that it tried to enter his spiritual sea and got trapped by him instead. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao was excited. He realized that the insect demon's energy was purer than the blood demon and heavenly demons. It also had strong vitality. It could promote his cultivation and the awakening of his Emperor Earth Queen's cells at the same time. In this way, his profound world body could naturally continue to grow stronger. Thinking of that, Ling Xiao had a bold idea. He would lure the insect demon into his spiritual sea and use the blood-soul talisman to refine it. This kind of cultivation efficiency was definitely much faster than foolishly meditating on the surface. However, it was also very dangerous. If he was not careful, he might become the insect demon's puppet and become a walking corpse. Chapter 1771. In Ling Xiao's opinion, there was nothing in this world that could be done safely and reaped great benefits. Huge profits were often proportional to the risks involved. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. He retracted the aura of light that disgusted the insect demon and released the aura of his physical body. His physical body had been strengthened by various cultivation methods. After that, he cultivated the mystic world physique. To these demons, it was simply a delicacy. The demons that smelled this scent rushed out crazily from all directions, especially the insect demons of all sizes. They were like locusts that covered the sky and swept over. Ling Xiao was about to put all these insect demons into his spirit realm and destroy them in one fell swoop. Suddenly, the insect demons stopped and opened up a path. A red that was the size of a pinky flew over from this path. Although this thing was small, its aura was extremely powerful. Countless insect demons and demons avoided it. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Just as he was considering whether to let this thing into his body, the red dot attacked at an extremely fast speed. It happened in an instant, not giving Ling Xiao any time to think. The red dot had already forcefully pierced through his origin energy protection and his scarlet sun feathered robe before entering his body. In that instant, a terrifying and eerie aura filled every inch of his body except his spirit sea. Other than his head, Ling Xiao's body was completely controlled by this insect demon. This kind of possession speed really made Ling Xiao feel a little unprepared. It was too powerful. It felt like the strength of a 13th stage yin-yang realm martial artist. This was really too much. Messed up. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. It seemed like he had underestimated the demons in the spirit temple. Just a little carelessness, and this demon had taken over his body. But even so, Ling Xiao couldn't admit defeat. He had experienced more dangerous situations than this, but he had still managed to carve out a bloody path for himself. Today's situation wasn't that big of a deal. He had to defeat the other party, because failure meant eternal damnation. It meant that he might become a walking corpse under the insect demon's control. Dragon Talisman, power of the ancient hell dragon, power of the ancient nature dragon, power of the ancient 5 elements dragon. In order to give it his all, Ling Xiao completely unleashed the power of the 3 dragon talismans. After all, the opponent was too strong, and he didn't dare to be careless. 18 hell talismans, tongue-pulling hell, scissors hell, tree of iron hell, steamer hell, mirror of retribution hell, bronze pillar hell, mountain of knives hell, and iceberg hell. The 18 hell talismans also unleashed the power of the 8 layers of hell. He had never used these things before, but at this critical moment, he had no choice but to use them all. After all, this was a life and death battle. Martial soul, lend me a hand. In this pitch-black place where there was no one around, Ling Xiao did not need to suppress anything. He directly released his tyrant martial spirit. Within the vast pitch-black universe, a mysterious and ancient soul force began to pour into Ling Xiao's soul realm. Together with the 2 blood soul symbols, they launched a pincer attack on the insect demon. What is this? That vast and boundless power. Could it be from the human king's mountain, river, martial soul? At this moment, the insect demon's body seemed to be trembling. The human king could be said to be the nightmare of all demons. Whether it was heavenly demons, blood demons, insect demons, sea demons, or earth demons, they would all feel incomparable shock and fear when facing the human king. The human king's mountain river martial soul had caused the death of countless demons. At this moment, the red dot insect demon actually felt the terrifying power of the mountain river martial soul from Ling Xiao's body. It was really frightened. "You have good eyesight. My martial soul of tyrant evolved from the mountain river martial soul. It has a strong restraining effect on everything in the world. You're just a mere insect demon. Although you're strong, you can't withstand the destruction of the ancient fighting spirit." Ling Xiao was sitting there with his legs crossed. Behind him was the ancient universe, mysterious and powerful, so much so that the demons watching from afar didn't dare to make any moves. "What are you all looking at? Hurry up and kill him. I'm willing to share this child's flesh and blood with you all." The red dot insect demon knew that it couldn't possibly be the tyrant martial soul's match. Hence, it let out a cry, calling the surrounding insect demons to attack Ling Xiao together. The insect demons were chattering as if they were discussing whether they should attack or not. After a moment, they seemed to have made a decision and rushed over one after another, wanting to surround and kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had to deal with the red dot insect demon. He had virtually no resistance against these insect demons. Allowing the insect demons to enter his body one by one, they started to control his limbs and bones. The instant the insect demons entered Ling Xiao's body, they felt an incomparably powerful and vigorous aura. They cried out in bliss. Ling Xiao's flesh and blood was simply the most delicious nourishment in this world to them. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao's body entered easily, but wanting to leave again was difficult. Ling Xiao's thoughts stirred. A shadow flew out from his body, then threw out a refining array stone. This formation placed him in the core position. It was the famous 10,000 beast blood refining formation. At this moment, Ling Xiao made some slight changes to the formation, and it became the 10,000 demon blood refining formation. He wanted to refine these insect demons directly in his body without using the blood soul talisman. The moment the 10,000 demon blood refining formation was successfully set up, the terrifying true Samadhi fire burned. The flames on Ling Xiao's body tumbled, and the flames inside his body also rose. Almost every cell was filled with the true Samadhi fire. The weak insect demons were instantly devoured by the terrifying flames. Then, they released powerful demonic qi and vitality, which entered Ling Xiao's body. "Great! I'll take this opportunity to break through to the 9th level of the yin-yang realm." Ling Xiao felt that there was no problem with what he did. His body could withstand the destruction of the 10,000 demon blood refining formation and the true Samadhi fire, but the insect demons couldn't. Their deaths became the source of Ling Xiao's advancement. This made Ling Xiao stronger, and the true Samadhi fire became more vigorous. It's a pity to use such demonic qi to break through to the next level of cultivation and the mystic world body. With a thought, Ling Xiao released the 9 demons divine, art that had been sealed in his body for a long time. At this moment, his body had transformed into a heavenly demon. Under the heavenly demon transformation, the 9 demons divine art was even more powerful, and it also had the effect of the shadow profound meaning. It was perfect to release the 9 demons divine art at this moment. No, this is a trap. This cunning human wants to use our lives to help him break through to the next level of cultivation. He's too cunning and shameless. The insect demons died one by one, and the remaining ones let out terrified cries. They wanted to rush out of Ling Xiao's body. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao's body, which had been sealed by the 10,000 demon blood refining formation, was like a furnace. They couldn't escape at all, and could only be refined and burned by the true Samadhi fire. Chapter 1772. Ling Xiao wanted to turn all the insect demons that entered his body into his own power. It was a huge risk, but it was also the best opportunity to increase his strength. If he missed this opportunity, there would be no other opportunity. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up. The red dot insect demon was the most powerful one among the insect demons. However, even he was helpless. He could only feel fear and unwillingness. Moreover, the pressure he faced was greater than the other insect demons. The dragon talisman and the 18 hell talismans took turns to attack him continuously with the Samadhi true fire. Finally, he was dragged into the 18 hell talismans by a ghostly hand. The 8 levels of hell took turns to refine him. No, I can't do this. How can I die like this? I don't want to. The red dot insect demon let out a roar of terror. He was a Nightman tribe powerhouse who was equivalent to an Yin-Yang realm level 13 powerhouse. How could he submit to such treatment at that moment? He realized that the stupidest thing he had ever done was to enter Lin Huang's body. If he was outside, he would not be so passive. In Ling Xiao's body, he was suppressed by the sky tyrant martial soul. He would be thankful if he could unleash 60 to 70% of his strength. It was like a tiger being bullied by a dog. However, even so, he was still resisting madly. Even after being refined by the 8 layers of hell, he still couldn't subdue him. Instead, he almost broke free again. Ling Xiao was calm in the face of such a situation. The other party was merely putting up a stubborn resistance and making a final struggle before death. He only needed to increase his strength and devour the other insect demons to make himself stronger. It was only a matter of time before the most powerful insect demon was completely refined. He sat cross-legged in the 10,000 demon blood refinement formation. The flames continued to burn. A large number of insect demons in his body were refined by the Samadhi true fire. The energy flowed into his limbs and bones. His cultivation had reached the peak of Yin-Yang realm level 8. As for the sovereign earth queen cells in his body, he had already awakened over 800 of them. The powerful Emperor Earth Queen power also joined the battle to exterminate the insect demons. The insect demons no longer had any resistance. He used his body as a furnace, using millions of insect demons as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was not that this kind of smithing cultivation method had never been seen before, but it was definitely not as crazy as Ling Xiao's. Rumble! The 9th Hell's Gate finally opened above Ling Xiao's head. His cultivation base had successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Between the heavens and the earth, powerful energy fluctuations were constantly roaring. The 9th hell was filled with boiling oil, as if it wanted to thoroughly cleanse Ling Xiao's body. Insect demon, hurry up and die. Ling Xiao felt the boiling oil above his head and poured it into his 18 hell talismans. The insect demon was thrown into the frying pan and continuously fried. It let out a shocking shriek, causing people to have goosebumps. Still not dead, Ling Xiao roared, pouring all his strength into the 18 hell talismans. I can't accept this. Even if you don't want to, you still have to die. You have no choice. Tyrannical strike. The pitch-black universe transformed into a strange human figure. Although the appearance could not be seen clearly, the incomparably huge and mysterious black figure gave the insect demon the strongest shock and suppression. The hand pressed down, lightly. The oil in the pan no longer boiled, but the insect demon had been completely refined. After refining the strongest insect demon, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate while sitting cross-legged. The energy in his body was too abundant, so he had to seize the time to raise his cultivation base. Although he was now a 9th-level yin-yang realm expert, after witnessing the demonic saber, Prince Wu, and the terrifying Dark Fire clan leader, he knew he was not powerful enough. He had to cultivate even more crazily. After 2 hours, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Currently, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. The number of awakened Emperor Earth Queen cells had reached 1,000. He did not expect such an achievement before coming to the underground world. It could be said that even if he did not obtain anything else this time, he was already satisfied with his current harvest. He was still in the heavenly demon incarnation. However, the incarnation began to change. It was the effect of circulating the 9 demons' divine technique: Plague Demon King, Evil Beast Demon King, Lightning Demon King. His heavenly demon incarnation had 3 unique transformations. Every change would produce a different kind of power. Although the heavenly demon incarnation was powerful in the past, its attack methods were too lacking. It was unlike now, where he had the powerful 9 demons' divine technique and the heavenly demon incarnation. It was a perfect match. Of course, he still had to continue killing the 9 great demon kings of the true demon empire, so that the 9 demons' divine technique could live up to its name. Now, there were only 3 transformations, so it seemed a little weak. Ling Xiao was about to continue moving forward when his expression suddenly changed. In the distance, there was a soaring, domineering aura. Fist shadows crisscrossed, and the sound was like thunder. The fist shadows broke through layers of the void and headed straight for Ling Xiao. Like a meteor, it locked onto Ling Xiao's position. Moreover, the power of this fist was fierce, and it clearly felt like it was going to kill him directly. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think because he wasn't sure of the opponent's strength. He hurriedly used the shadow body, and his body sank into the darkness and then disappeared. Boom! The terrifying fist shadows lost their target and hit the ground, causing a series of shocking sounds, like a series of thunderstorms. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, and a terrifying black aura was constantly released. Several demons that couldn't escape in time were directly killed. A moment later, a person flew over. The strong body was 2 meters tall, and the muscles all over his body were tight, showing a healthy bronze color. On his hands, he was wearing a pair of gloves made of special materials. His whole person was filled with domineering aura. At this time, there were electric currents flowing on his fists, and electric sparks were constantly flickering. This was not a demon, but a surface martial artist. For Ling Xiao, it was still very easy to distinguish between a demon and a surface martial artist. His Tai Chi, I would not be wrong. What was that thing just now? Could it be the legendary shadow demon? Can it freely hide in the darkness? The strong man looked around and didn't find any suspicious signs. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. I heard that someone got the map of the secret realm and then entered the underground world. Could it be that they weren't killed by the Nightman clan? Listening to what he said, it seemed that not only did he know that Ling Xiao and the rest came to the underground world, but he was also very clear about it. He even thought about the consequences of these people. Swoosh, swoosh. When the strong man was talking to himself, 3 more people appeared almost at the same time. Among the 3 people, one of them was someone that Ling Xiao knew. It was Shangguan Qinger, who he met at the Medicine King Pavilion that day. Chapter 1773. Other than Shangguan Qinger, he was unfamiliar with the other 3 people. However, their abilities were extremely terrifying. Even Shangguan Qing'er, who was the weakest, had a cultivation level of level 9 Yin-Yang realm, while the other three had a cultivation level of level 11 Yin-Yang realm. However, the three of them were older and should be in their 40s. They were no longer qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet. After all, the White Tiger meet was prepared for outstanding geniuses below the age of 30. However, geniuses were just geniuses. Geniuses who had not matured were not as powerful as ordinary ancient martial art practitioners. Guard Jiang, did you discover something? You gave us a shock when you suddenly threw a punch at us from so far away. Shangguan Qing'er looked at the burly man curiously and asked, "Didn't you notice? The insect demons here seem to have been annihilated. That was a force that the Crown Prince had painstakingly cultivated, but it was annihilated just like that." Guard Zhang's face was gloomy as he said, "Once, our king came to the underground world and killed many experts from the Nightman clan. He also discovered this spiritual shrine and used his supreme magic to connect it to the palace. The king told the Crown Prince the secret of this place. On one hand, he planned to cultivate the Crown Prince. On the other hand, he wanted to make use of these demons. What should we do? His Highness the Crown Prince spent several years on those insect demons. Damn it, who did it? Among the ancient martial art practitioners who entered the underground world, only Mo Dao and the Wu Prince were the strongest. The Wu Prince would definitely not do this, so it can only be Mo Dao," Shangguan Qing'er said angrily. "Guard Jiang, Miss Shangguan, we have to report this matter to the Crown Prince as soon as possible. Also, don't forget that we are here on the Crown Prince's orders to retrieve the magic crystal liquid. Let's complete the mission quickly and return as soon as possible." Another man reminded them. That's right. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess need the magic crystal liquid for their cultivation. The two of them are going to shine at the White Tiger meet this time. We can't spoil it. Shangguan Qing'er nodded and said, "Let's go." Bodyguard Jiang coldly glanced at the darkness and then gave the order. The four of them flew into the air. After a long time, Ling Xiao walked out of the darkness. "Interesting. I've heard something incredible. Who would have thought that the Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire would try to borrow the power of demonic creatures to achieve his ambitions?" Ling Xiao stood there rubbing his chin, deep in thought. "Since that's the case, I can't let you have your way. I must kill every single one of the demonic creatures here. Right, there's also that magic crystal liquid. It seems to be good stuff that can help with cultivation. I can get some." Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao activated shadow steps and chased after him in his shadow form. His current cultivation base was at the peak of the 9th level of Yin-Yang realm. It was difficult for the people in front of him to detect his presence. Even if they were following him, they would not be able to discover him. They actually entered the spatial rift. Ling Xiao stared dumbfoundedly at the huge crack in front of him. Blood-red magma was constantly spewing out from the crack, yet the four of them were able to easily enter it. If he guessed correctly, they must have some treasure on them. Otherwise, they would not have been able to succeed so easily. Who cares? Anyway, I'll just wait here and reap the benefits from the fight. Ling Xiao smiled, then sat there and began to wait. After a long time, the four of them finally walked out of the crack. Guard Jiang was holding a bottle gourd in his hand. A powerful life force emanated from it, making Ling Xiao extremely excited. "Good stuff. It's really good stuff. Thank you for your hard work. This belongs to me." Ling Xiao did not have any goodwill towards the four of them. However, this time he was only here to snatch the magic crystal liquid. He did not plan to kill anyone. This would be faster. In order to complete this task without letting the other party see through his identity, Fang Xingzhan used the heavenly demon transformation and entered the Electric Demon King's form. The Electric Demon King was the fastest and most suitable for snatching things. This bottle of magic crystal liquid is really tempting. It's a pity that it is too difficult to obtain. Otherwise, the few of us could have a share. Guard Jiang looked at the bottle gourd in his hand and lamented. Yes, the spatial rift is filled with spatial turbulence. If not for the treasure we obtained from the Crown Prince, I'm afraid we would have been torn to pieces by now, Shangguan Qinger said with some lingering fear. At this moment, the four of them looked like they had consumed a lot of energy. This made Ling Xiao more confident about snatching the magic crystal liquid. Everyone, take a short rest to replenish your inner strength and physical strength. Then let's leave. Even if those people entered the Temple of Souls, they would not be able to leave alive. The powerful Night Devil King resides here. Only our king can communicate with it and open up this passage for us. Guard Zhang's words sounded more like he was comforting himself. He had originally planned to find the ancient martial art practitioner who killed the insect demon and bring him back to the Crown Prince. But now that they had obtained the magic crystal liquid, they really could not delay. Even if the Night Devil King had communicated with the King of Tianhai, the thoughts of the King of Souls could not be understood. However, the thoughts of a demonic being were definitely not something that could be guessed by humans. If that fellow suddenly got angry and wanted to kill them, then they would really be finished. They really did not want to stay in this damned place for a moment longer. Thinking of this, the four of them sat cross-legged. Just as Guard Jiang was about to put the bottle gourd into his storage ring, a bolt of lightning suddenly attacked. Whoosh! This bolt of lightning was too fast and too strange. The terrifying attack made Guard Jiang think that he had been ambushed by the Night Devil King. His eyes were filled with blue lightning, and he could not see anything else. In the darkness, a palm flashing with lightning slapped towards his head. This was clearly to take his life. Someone is ambushing us. Guard Jiang roared. He did not have time to put the bottle gourd into his storage ring, so he could only put it aside and block it with his fists. Compared to the bottle gourd, his life was obviously more important. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. It was the smile of a successful scheme. This move of his was called attacking the east and attacking the west. Although it was very simple, it basically worked every time. His true purpose was to take the bottle gourd, not to kill Guard Jiang. However, his terrifying killing intent was too real, so Guard Jiang did not suspect it at all. Got it. Ling Xiao smiled and lowered his body. The bottle gourd disappeared and entered his storage ring. At this moment, Guard Jiang came to a realization. In his fury, he directly punched at Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao turned around and sent out a palm. Chapter 1774. A palm met a fist. Suddenly, lightning exploded. Lightning was useless. The sound of explosions rang out incessantly. The attack that Guard Jiang was so proud of was easily broken by the opponent. Moreover, his body was forced back by the terrifying force, only stopping after 4 or 5 steps. When he looked at the person who had ambushed him again, he had already disappeared. Haha, it's done. Ling Xiao checked the bottle gourd in his storage ring. There were at least a few hundred kilograms of magic crystal liquid inside. It seemed that this bottle gourd was also a treasure. It was probably a treasure specially made to store magic crystal liquid. He only tasted 1 drop, but he could feel the energy and vitality that filled his body. This thing was much better than the heavenly spirit, earthly fiend Scarlet Sun Malatang he had eaten before. No wonder even the Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire, Tianhai tyranny, couldn't forget about it. But now it belongs to me. Bastard! Guard Jiang was forced back by Ling Xiao's palm, but he was still furious. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. He had risked his life to get this magic crystal liquid. It was to be given to the crown prince and crown princess. If he lost it here, he might not even be able to keep his life. Even if the crown prince didn't kill him because of his contributions, he might not be able to raise his head among the crown prince's guards in the future. When the furious guard Jiang thought of this, he felt like he was about to explode. Someone actually dared to steal the magic crystal liquid from his hands. This had never happened before. Shameful, angry, violent. Guard Jiang could no longer control his emotions. The yin and yang energy in his body began to go berserk. He fiercely smashed his fists into the ground. Violent thunder fury fist. Destroy everything. His fists smashed into the ground. Terrifying lightning began to spread everywhere. He knew that the opponent was hiding in the shadows. Since he couldn't see him, he might as well use a large-scale attack. No matter what, he had to make that rascal pay with his life. Daring to steal the magic crystal liquid from his hands, he had to kill this person. Just as Ling Xiao retreated into the shadows, before he could leave, a terrifying thunderstorm suddenly spread in the air. His figure was touched by the lightning, and his body was revealed. He frowned slightly. He waved his right hand and also sent out a palm. Suddenly, lightning intertwined and knocked away the lightning shadow attacking him. However, his position had already been exposed. Among the four, there was a man who had a strange eye on his back. No matter how he tried to hide, he was always under the gaze of that eye. Ling Xiao slowly turned his head to look at the four of them. His expression didn't look too good. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you're courting death. A hoarse and strange voice came from his throat. At this moment, he still maintained the image of the Electric Demon King. Strange electric currents flashed all over his body, and his hair stood up high, showing a strange blue color. Guard Jiang was also looking at him. Lightning flashed all over his body, and a thundercloud appeared behind him. That should be his martial soul. The thundercloud martial spirit was a rare nature-type martial spirit. Warriors who were able to control such a martial spirit generally had good talent. The four of them surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Although bodyguard Jiang was extremely furious, he didn't immediately make a move. It was probably because of the previous contact that he realized that the cultivator in front of him was not easy to deal with. A forceful attack might not be effective. Therefore, he planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Friend, I don't care if you're a human or a demon. I am Jiang Lei, one of the personal guards of Tianhai Empire's Crown Prince, Tianhai Tyranny. The other three are Shangguan Qing'er, Zhan Haoren, and Yu Yang. Besides Miss Qing'er, who is the Crown Prince's consort, the three of us are the Crown Prince's guards. You should understand why I'm saying this, right? You dared to snatch food from the Crown Prince's hands. Do you know how serious the consequences are? I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the magic crystal liquid, and we'll let bygones be bygones. How about it? Guard Jiang looked at Ling Xiao with cold eyes, paying attention to Ling Xiao's every move. If Ling Xiao acted strangely, he wouldn't be lenient. The four of them would join hands and use all their strength to kill him. Ling Xiao now knew that the man with the strange, martial soul was called Yu Yang. This martial soul was pretty good. Hee, what a nice way to put it. I already know the secret of your Tianhai Empire. You're actually raising demons here in an attempt to subvert the order of the mysterious world. Will you let me go? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Guard Jiang, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Just as he said, he knows so many secrets. Unless he's willing to become the Crown Prince's man, he must be killed. Zhan Haoren said loudly, Agreed. This person is definitely not a match for the four of us. Killing him is as easy as flipping our hands. Yu Yang said. Only Shangguan Qing'er felt a little uncomfortable. She felt that this strange person in front of her had a familiar aura, but she couldn't figure out what it was. But things were definitely not as simple as the other three said. Can you really kill him just because you said so? Make your move. I'm definitely keeping the magic crystal liquid today. Also, I'll take care of your bullshit crown prince sooner or later. That kind of scum doesn't deserve to practice martial arts. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and raised his hand. A dark demon sword appeared in his hand. Under the heavenly demon incarnation, he activated the 9 demons' divine art and entered the electric demon king form. Coupled with the effect of the dark demon sword, it was naturally excellent. These 4 people were not simple, although their cultivation was not as good as Mo Dao and Wu Qin Wang. The 4 of them working together was definitely not to be underestimated. He had to use a sword, or it would be too late to regret it later. Good. Very good. Since you're courting death, then don't blame us. Guard Jiang never thought that the other party would obediently hand over the magic crystal liquid. He planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force because he needed some time to accumulate power. As soon as he finished speaking, his fists had already blasted out. Dual Thunder Dragon, fist shadows wreak havoc. Guard Jiang, who had accumulated his power to the peak, directly released a terrifying killing move. In that instant, 2 lightning dragons actually darted out from the thunderclouds behind him, merging into the countless flashing fist shadows. They blasted towards Ling Xiao like a violent storm. With one punch, the heavens and earth shook and thunder rumbled. Such terrifying power was truly terrifying. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at it indifferently. The dark demon sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the black thunder and lightning all over his body poured into the demon sword. In that instant, with him as the center, a black thunder hell was formed. The scene was extremely terrifying. Dark demon sword, black thunder fury, soul extinguisher. The sword and fist intersected in the air, producing an intense collision. Guard Zhang's face turned cold. He could clearly feel the other party's terrifying power. In that instant, the thundercloud behind him became even more irritable, and it gradually turned into a strange, illusory figure. Martial soul evolution, Thunder God. The thunderclouds changed and turned into the Thunder God. Chapter 1775. The Thunder God had a pair of tempest wings on his back and a tempest staff in his hand. He had the head of a bird and the body of a human. Every time he waved the tempest staff in his hand, he could generate the wrath of the tempest staff. At that moment, Guard Zhang's fists were obviously more powerful, and he seemed to be suppressing Ling Xiao. When most people encountered such a terrifying power, their first thought would be to avoid it and fight again. However, Ling Xiao did not avoid it. There was no need for him to do so. The cells of the Royal Earth Queen in his body jumped and released a terrifying power. At that moment, the dark demonic sword was surrounded by green and golden radiance. The power of 1,000 Royal Earth Queen was released. Boom! A terrifying power was released from the tip of the dark demonic sword. At that moment, the sound of bones cracking could be heard from Jiang Lei's arms. The Thunder God's shadow behind him also collapsed in an instant and returned to the appearance of a thundercloud. In this collision, Jiang Lei was obviously at a disadvantage. His body was blasted away, and he crashed heavily into the spatial crack. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with shock. When he was defeated by Ling Xiao previously, he thought that it was because he was careless that he was taken advantage of. He was not convinced at all. However, at this moment, he finally understood. His opponent was too strong. He was not a match for him at all. Let's work together. Don't let him escape. Jiang Lei roared angrily. Since they could not defeat their opponent alone, they might as well work together. After all, this was not an arena competition, and there was no need to be so particular about it. Shangguan Qing'er unsheathed her long sword and aimed for Ling Zhao's vital spot before stabbing it. On the sword, there was a strong sword aura, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Her sword aura was blue in color, as expected of the female official of the crown princess. Even the attribute of her origin power was the same. Azure Sea Raging Sword. As Shangguan Qing'er shouted, the sword in her hand swept out like a monstrous wave. At the same time, Zhang Haoren waved his palms and attacked Ling Xiao. This person's martial soul was a palm master who had passed away. The shadow of his martial soul appeared behind him, and there were raging flames on Zhang Haoren's palms. Heavenly Fire God Palm. As for Yu Yang, his body did not move. Only the strange eye on his back released a ray of light like a poisonous arrow, causing people to be terrified. The three of them joined forces to attack Ling Xiao's 3 vital points. They wanted to prevent Ling Xiao from finding a chance to counterattack. In their opinion, Ling Xiao had just fought with Jiang Lei, so he must be weak at this moment. As long as the 3 of them worked together, killing this guy should be easy. However, it was a pity that they didn't know that Ling Xiao completely crushed Jiang Lei. Not to mention weakening, even the consumption of energy was negligible, facing the triple killing moves of 3 experts. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. The dark demonic sword in his hand did not even need to change its moves, as it pierced straight towards Shangguan Qing'er, who was attacking him from the front. "Why are you guys so slow?" Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. He thrust out the dark demon sword, and the terrifying power sent Shangguan Qing'er flying. That woman was not dead, but she was definitely severely injured. At this moment, Zhang Haoren and Yu Yang's attacks had not arrived yet. This kind of bizarre scene made Jiang Lei stare with his mouth agape. In his opinion, the 3 of them were simply moving in slow motion, while Ling Xiao's movements were speeding up. With another sword, the black thunder exploded, and Zhang Haoren was sent flying. This guy was too unlucky. As he used his palms, it was too late when he reacted. His body was split into 2 by Ling Xiao, and he died miserably. Seeing his companion die, Yu Yang was terrified. He wanted to withdraw his attack, but his speed was too slow. Ling Xiao threw the dark demon sword, which went through Yu Yang's body and pierced into the strange eye behind Yu Yang. Ah! A shrill scream resounded throughout the spirit shrine. Not only did Yu Yang die, even his martial spirit was killed by the sword. Too weak, really too weak. I said earlier that you shouldn't have let me appear. I could have left alive, but now I'm going to die here. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er. He decided to go all out and kill the 2 of them as well. However, at this moment, a terrifying vibration was released from the spatial crack. Ling Xiao's expression changed. He felt a terrifying dark aura. It was this aura that made even the lords of hell feel terrified. At this moment, the entire underground was pitch black. Only a huge demonic palm reached out from the spatial crack, grabbing towards Ling Xiao. "Run!" Jiang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er saw the situation and knew that the Night Demon King had come out. The Night Demon King was obviously attacking Ling Xiao, and it had nothing to do with them. They did not dare to stay here any longer. Although the 2 of them were seriously injured, in order to escape for their lives, they still used the last of their strength to soar into the sky. The Night Devil King didn't care about these 2 fellows who had escaped. His sky-covering hand had already grabbed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was inexplicably shocked. Being grabbed by the Night Demon King, he could not move. He could not even communicate with the yin-yang yuan qi in his body. His expression became very gloomy. However, His shocking tenacity allowed him to release his Gemini martial spirit at this critical moment. As long as either his Gemini martial spirit or his original body survived, he would definitely not die. However, the Night Demon King sneered and killed his Gemini martial spirit on the spot. Ling Xiao's expression was cold. The scenery in front of him kept changing, and he was actually dragged into the spatial crack by the Night Demon King. It was a strange scene. There was lava and magic crystal liquid everywhere. The magic crystal liquid flowed like a river. In the river, there were countless powerful demonic creatures playing. The weakest among them was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest was at the half-step rebirth realm, the same as the butterfly lady. Hee, you seem to have captured one of my traitorous subordinates. A rough voice came from the Night Demon King's mouth. He actually saw through Ling Xiao's dragon talisman and trapped the Lord of Hell. Then a terrifying soul power was released from the Night Demon King's body, and he actually pulled the Lord of Hell out of the dragon talisman. Ling Xiao was very shocked. There was actually someone who could rescue someone from his soul realm. Just how powerful was he? Could it be that the Night Demon King was actually a rebirth realm expert? Ling Xiao felt incomparable shock and fear. However, when he thought of the expert he met when he obtained the Mystic World body, he gradually calmed down. Compared to that terrifying existence, the Night Demon King was nothing. Night Demon King, please spare my life. The Lord of Hell knelt before the Night Demon King, trembling in fear. Spare your life? When you betrayed this king, did you think this day would come? The Night Demon King sneered and slapped down with his huge palm. The powerful Lord of Hell was instantly smashed into meat paste. Chapter 1776. Ling Xiao watched as the Lord of Hell was slapped to death by the Night Devil King. What a pity! He hadn't even been able to refine the Lord of Hell, and it had been wasted just like that. After killing the Lord of Hell, the Night Devil King turned back to Ling Xiao. This fellow was huge, and his entire body seemed to be covered in black lava. Only his mouth was filled with blood-red lava, and it was constantly dripping down. He only said a few words, and that terrifying aura seemed to be able to blow Ling Xiao away. It made Ling Xiao vanish into thin air. Ling Xiao knew that he had truly encountered danger today, and it was a danger he had never encountered before. He didn't resist, nor did he try to escape. This was because the yin-yang energy in his body didn't react at all. Under the Night Devil King's terrifying pressure, it became still. Night Devil King, you captured me but didn't kill me. Could it be that you have something to discuss with me? Even in the face of the terrifying Night Devil King, Ling Xiao was neither servile nor overbearing. This was because he knew that whether he acted like a grandson or acted bravely, the end result would be the same. Thus, he naturally had to stand and act. You're quite bold. No one has ever dared to speak to this king so casually. The Night Devil King sneered and pointed at the Lord of Hell, who had been smashed into meat paste. You've already seen what happened to him. Aren't you afraid? What's the use of being afraid? My life is already in your hands. Even if I'm afraid, will I be able to live? Ling Xiao retorted. Ahahaha. The Night Devil King laughed heartily. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, What's your name? What's your status outside? Ling Xiao, the ruler of the Dragon Phoenix continent, the celestial emperor of the Celestial Empire. He wasn't lying. Ling Xiao knew that the more important his status was, the more valuable he would be. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance to escape. Once he died, there would be nothing left. Oh, this king is rather surprised. Then why did you come to the Sky Sea Empire? The Night Devil King asked. To participate in the White Tiger meet. Ling Xiao replied. Not bad, not bad. You have your own territory, and you're a rare genius. You've really caught my eye." The Night Devil King smiled and said, "This king lacks a spokesperson in the surface world. Why don't you be this spokesperson? Follow this king and dominate the profound world. How about it?" "Your Highness Night Devil King must be joking. I'm afraid that no one in the White Tiger Continent can match your strength. Why would you need my help?" Ling Xiao said. "You're really cunning." Night Demon King said with a smile, "This king really likes you more and more. Actually, there's nothing that can't be said. Because I came from another plane, I can't stray too far from the spatial rift. Otherwise, my strength will continue to decline. Unless someone helps me preach on the surface and make the humans on the surface believe in me, then I will be able to get incense and won't have to rely on the energy released from the spatial rift." Hearing this, Ling Xiao finally understood this guy's intentions. However, he was still a little puzzled. "You seem to be very familiar with the Emperor of the Tianhai Empire and the Crown Prince. Why don't you let them help? Logically speaking, with their identity and status, if they help you preach, the effect will be better, right?" "That won't do. They believe in the Genie School, which is extremely powerful. If they leave, they won't even be able to maintain their throne. Therefore, the only thing they can do is to secretly preach. Of course, it's not as convenient as you preach. In any case, your Dragon Phoenix continent doesn't have the power of the Genie School." The Night Devil King explained patiently, as if he wanted to discuss it with Ling Xiao. "Then what's in it for me?" Ling Xiao asked. "Good boy, you actually dare to negotiate with this king?" The Night Devil King suddenly approached Ling Xiao. His huge face was less than a meter away from Ling Xiao. The terrifying pressure almost made Ling Xiao collapse on the spot. However, he had always insisted on cultivating the Essence Spirit Remnant Scroll, so his soul was incomparably strong. Under this terrifying pressure, he actually remained calm and didn't retreat at all. To actually be able to withstand this king's soul pressure, it seems that your soul is also very special." The Night Devil King smiled slightly and said, "Forget it, this king can agree. If you help this king will lend you a hand and let you break through the rebirth realm as soon as possible and become a top powerhouse on the White Tiger Continent." Ling Xiao thought to himself, "You look like you're just at the rebirth realm. Can you really help me? Do you really think that I'm an idiot?" Moreover, even if the other party could really help him, it was impossible for him to cooperate with this guy. The Dragon Phoenix continent was the foundation that he painstakingly laid. How could he give it to this demon? He still didn't know how this guy was going to wreak havoc on the Dragon Phoenix continent. Although Ling Xiao didn't want to be a hero, the Dragon Phoenix continent was his own. How could he endure the demon's invasion? However, the current him was caught in a dilemma. If he agreed, then he would probably become this demon's puppet from now on. Even if he pretended to agree, it probably wouldn't work. If this demon had the ability to make laws with words, then if he agreed, he would definitely fall into a trap. It would be too late to regret. He would definitely be controlled by some law or secret art. But if he didn't agree, he probably wouldn't be able to live today. What should he do? Ling Xiao looked at the Night Devil King again. "Night Devil King, unless you can immediately let me break through to the rebirth realm. Otherwise, I can't agree to do anything for you." These words were said very strictly. Although he agreed, there was a condition. If he really broke through to the rebirth realm, then there was definitely a possibility of eliminating the Night Devil King directly. There was no need to feign civility with the other party. "Brat, you're courting death." How cunning was the Night Devil King? How could he not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts? He clearly had the intention to kill. On account that you still have some use, this king wasn't willing to kill you easily. But it seems like you don't care about this king's good intentions. Good intentions? Night Devil King, don't you know that you've already exposed your weakness? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Weakness? What weakness does this king have? The Night Devil King looked coldly at Ling Xiao, not believing him at all. Brat, you just want to mess up this king's thoughts, right? Hee, to mess up your thoughts. I really don't have that ability. But you just said that you have to rely on spatial rifts to have power, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. In fact, when he was talking to the Night Devil King, he had already used the Tai Chi eye to find the other party's weakness. In this world, no matter how powerful an existence was, it was impossible to be perfect. The Night Devil King was no exception. After a conversation, Ling Xiao finally caught a glimmer of hope. So what? The Night Devil King frowned. If I tell you that I have the ability to directly seal this spatial rift, what will you do? Will you wait for death in this spatial tunnel? Ling Xiao asked back. Chapter 1777. If you do that, you'll die too. The Night Devil King finally became agitated. It was obvious that Ling Xiao's words had touched his weak spot, causing him to become nervous. Even if I don't do that, I'll still die. Before I die, I'll seal you here and save the mystic world from a huge crisis. It's still worth it. Ling Xiao's words were powerful and righteous. He wasn't lying at all. The Night Devil King's expression changed slightly. Then what do you want to do? It's very simple. Night Devil King, let me out and we won't meet again. You do your thing and I do mine. How about that? Unless it was absolutely necessary. Ling Xiao didn't want to die. Ha 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 ha. The Night Devil King suddenly laughed crazily, as if he had understood something. He had lived for too long and had seen countless cunning fellows. Ling Xiao's little cleverness was obviously too immature in front of him. Kid, you're not bad. You really made this king feel fear for a moment. However, this little trick of yours has already been used by others before, and their cultivation is much stronger than yours. Compared to them, you're just a pitiful worm. The Night Devil King looked at Ling Xiao disdainfully. Although he said so, he didn't make a move. Obviously, he was still somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao's words. He wanted to use some words to make Ling Xiao mentally collapse. You're talking about the Tianhai Empire's emperor and the Tianhai Empire's crown prince, right? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Since you know them, you should understand how strong they are. Compared to them, you're too weak. So this king advises you to cooperate with this king. There's no harm in it for you. Not only can you obtain more powerful cultivation techniques, but you can also obtain greater strength with this king's help. You can even use this king's subordinates to seek the mystic world. On one hand, the Night Devil King was threatening Ling Xiao, but on the other hand, he was tempting Ling Xiao with a beautiful blueprint. This was really a carrot and a stick at the same time. You still don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I admit that Tyranny Tianhai and King Tianhai are stronger than me. However, there is one thing that they are inferior to me. My martial soul is much stronger than theirs. I'm also proficient in formations. You should know what it means to be proficient in formations, right? If that's the case, are you really stubborn and unwilling to agree to this prince's suggestion? Night Devil King realized more and more that he had unknowingly stepped into Ling Xiao's trap. He originally wanted to make Ling Xiao waver, but instead, he was the one who wavered first. Ling Xiao's every word made his heart tremble with fear. He really couldn't allow Ling Xiao to continue. Otherwise, wouldn't he, the Night Devil King, be frightened by a junior? Brat, so what if you have a glib tongue? Once you enter the spatial crack, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. To put it bluntly, you are just this king's prey. This king can decide how to deal with you at any time. Night Devil King roared. You should be heavily injured, right? Ling Xiao suddenly said. What? Night Devil King was shocked again. Ling Xiao actually saw through his injuries with a glance. This was something that Tyranny Tianhai and King Tianhai hadn't seen through. When he passed through the spatial crack, he was attacked by his pursuers and was heavily injured. This was a secret that only he knew. It seems like my guess was correct. Apart from being heavily injured, you also have a major flaw. This body of yours should be the result of 7 night devils fusing together, right? Ling Xiao smiled playfully and said, after being heavily injured, cracks have already appeared in your fusion. It can fall apart at any time. Just who are you? Night Devil King was completely shocked. He had seen many crafty martial artists, but only this brat in front of him could see through him. In front of this brat, it was as if he had no secrets. It was as painful as standing naked in a world of ice and snow. This king will kill you. Night Devil King definitely couldn't allow Ling Xiao to continue speaking because he was afraid that if Ling Xiao continued, he would be the first to collapse. So he wanted to kill Ling Xiao and shut this guy up. The puppet representative of the mystic world could be found again. This brat was too terrifying. He definitely couldn't be left alive. Seeing that he was angry, Ling Xiao revealed a hint of a smile. No matter what kind of expert, once angered, there would be even more flaws and openings. He didn't know if he could use these openings to escape. But no matter what, this was an opportunity for him. He definitely couldn't let it go. Night Devil King's huge palm grabbed at Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura rose in the air. Heaven-covering demon hand. Boom. A terrifying pressure directly pressed down, as if it wanted to squash Ling Xiao, making him unable to move at all. However, Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm. He just looked at Night Devil King indifferently. He knew that under this palm, there was no way for him to survive. However, he wanted to find an impossible way out for himself in this life and death situation. Under the huge pressure, an immemorial golden crow appeared behind Ling Xiao. Then, the immemorial divine demon also appeared there. The battle intent of the 2 immemorial divine demons rushed towards the heaven-covering demon hand. Unfortunately, battle intent was just battle intent. It wasn't the real immemorial divine demon and immemorial golden crow, although it collided with the heaven-covering demon hand. But it was still shattered in an instant. The heaven-covering demon hand pressed on Ling Xiao's body, but it didn't immediately kill Ling Xiao. Night Devil King Ling Xiao said, "You said that your martial soul is much stronger than Sky Ocean Tyranny and Sky Ocean Sovereign King. This king is somewhat interested. Then, in front of you, let this king destroy your martial soul." The terrifying reincarnation force directly poured into Ling Xiao's body, and then grabbed the martial soul residing in his soul realm. So you actually have so many powerful martial souls. No wonder you're so proud. Immemorial hell, dragon martial soul. Immemorial nature, dragon martial soul. Immemorial 5 elements, dragon martial soul. 12 human immortals killing God, white blade martial soul. And Taotai martial soul. Terrifying. You're really too terrifying. You really can't stay in this world. Otherwise, you'll definitely become the biggest obstacle to this king's annexation of the mystic world. What martial soul is this? When Night Devil King searched Ling Xiao's soul realm, he actually found a strange black figure. It was mysterious and exuded an ancient and boundless aura. It was as if the boundless Milky Way was its eyes, and the boundless universe was its body. What kind of martial soul is hidden in your soul realm? This is your real martial soul, right? Night Devil King revealed a cold smile. You really think that this king can't take it out if it's hidden in the depths? I'd like to see what kind of martial soul you have. Chapter 1778. Amidst the roar, the Night Devil King's aura grew even stronger. His soul force poured into Ling Zhao's soul realm. Then, the soul force transformed into a little Night Devil King, grabbing onto the pitch-black figure. He wanted to pull out the mysterious martial soul. However, the moment the Night Devil King's soul power touched the black figure, something terrifying happened. The spatial crack started to tremble strangely, and the spatial tunnel started to collapse. It was as if a button of heaven and earth had been pressed. A terrifying power gushed out, tightly wrapping the entire space crack. The Sky Tyrant martial soul originally didn't have a physical body. However, the black figure became clearer and clearer. Its eyes opened as if they contained thousands of stars. A terrifying and mysterious pressure seeped into the Night Devil King's body. What the hell? The Night Devil King was terrified. His soul power was expelled by the terrifying pressure in an instant, and then it was directly shattered. The reason why the Night Devil King was terrified was because he felt how terrifying the black figure was. It shouldn't exist in this world. It was definitely an abomination. This abomination was high and mighty, above thousands of martial souls, and even above the mystic world. Even if it was a plane higher than the mystic world, in front of this terrifying abomination, it could only bow its head. The pitiful Night Devil King was as laughable as an ant in front of this terrifying and mysterious power. How can this be? What kind of terrifying thing is hidden in your body? Suppress it for me. 13 Heavenly Demon Death Seal. The Night Devil King couldn't understand, and he didn't have the time to think so much. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to seal this damned thing. It was his soul power that activated this terrifying existence. Now, he had to send this terrifying existence back. However, it was easier to invite a god than to send it away. The Night Devil King was already very powerful. The terrifying seal he released had already sealed Ling Zhao's entire spirit sea. The black figure seemed to be wrapped up, and he lost contact with it temporarily. However, it was only for a moment. The figure suddenly tore the seal and stepped out of Ling Zhao's spirit sea. It appeared behind Ling Zhao like a Sky Tyrant demon lord. However, it had no consciousness of its own. It was the most terrifying power hidden in Ling Zhao's body. It was just that Ling Zhao's current cultivation was still too low to activate this kind of power. The huge shadow stretched out its palm. It was all-encompassing, as if it was the universe itself. The Night Devil King was completely defenseless in front of him, just like Ling Zhao from before. Bang! A terrifying sound exploded, and the originally complete Night Devil King actually split into 7 bodies, each of which was a powerful heavenly demon. This was not the heavenly demon fighting spirit, but real heavenly demons. Each of them had terrifying strength, but in the end, it was still not as powerful as the 7 demons combined. Around them, countless demonic creatures began to flee frantically. They felt the terror of the huge figure and did not dare to stay. Unfortunately, the spatial crack had been completely sealed by this huge shadow, and the spatial tunnel had collapsed. Even if the demonic creatures wanted to escape, there was no way out. Tyrannical martial spirit sealed 10,000 demons. The terrifying huge figure grabbed the countless demonic creatures and threw them all into Ling Zhao's spirit sea. These demonic creatures were intimidated by the terrifying aura and did not have the slightest ability to resist. Then they all fell apart, turning into pure energy that flowed into the Dragon Talisman and the 18 Hell Talismans where they were stored. With Ling Zhao's current physical condition, he could not withstand such terrifying energy. If he forcefully absorbed it, it might lead to his death. Therefore, temporarily storing it was the best choice. Fortunately, there were 3 primordial divine dragons in the dragon talismans. The 9 levels of hell in the 18 hell talismans could also contain this energy, otherwise it would be too wasteful. But even so, the energy of the 7 night devils could not be stored. Therefore, the huge shadow actually sealed the 7 night devils into Ling Xiao's body. A strange demonic shadow appeared on his forehead. It had 7 heads, and it looked extremely strange. After doing all this, the huge shadow threw Ling Xiao out of the spatial crack, and then stepped into Ling Xiao's spirit sea, disappearing without a trace. Ling Xiao saw everything clearly, but there was nothing he could do, nothing he could do. He could only allow the terrifying black shadow to complete this terrifying task. By the time he felt that he could move again, 2 days had already passed. Ling Xiao discovered that his cultivation had automatically risen to the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm 10th stage in these 2 days. This was an unexpected surprise. However, Ling Xiao did not plan on staying in this damned place any longer. Since tyrannical ambition and the Sky Sea King knew about this place, they would definitely find it. Moreover, the Sky Sea King would find out about the spatial crack's destruction sooner or later. When the time came, he would definitely investigate who did it. He did not want to become the target of public criticism. As a result, he returned to where the soul fires were. At this moment, everyone had finished cultivating and was looking for him. Seeing that he had returned safely, they were all overjoyed. Of course, Ling Xiao was also very happy. These people all obtained the inheritance of the soul fires. Not only did their cultivation soar, but they also obtained the precious experience and power of ancient martial artists that others could only dream of. He believed that they would become even stronger in the future. Dan Feng and Lu Lian finally broke through the shackles of Yin-Yang Realm 12th stage and became experts like the 4 heroes of Tianhai. At the very least, they would not be weaker than the sacred sword of the Wind Devil. Long Chun reached the peak of Yin-Yang Realm 9th stage. With his giant dragon body, it was not impossible for him to challenge a top genius of Yin-Yang Realm 11th stage. If Ling Xiao was a true immortal stage genius, then Long Chun was a human immortal stage genius. Cold Plum also reached the 9th stage of Yin-Yang Realm 9th stage. Feng Minglian reached the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm 8th stage. Mou and Zhu Xiaozong became martial artists of Yin-Yang Realm 7th stage. As for Ji Liu, this girl had actually used the medicinal pills she obtained from Sun Sa during her cultivation to push her cultivation to the peak of the 8th level of the Yin-Yang stage. Let's go back. There are still good things to share. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with everyone's cultivation breakthroughs. He planned to give a portion of the magic crystal liquid he obtained to everyone to help them continue to increase their cultivation. Of course, he would keep most of it for himself. Although the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm 10th stage was already very powerful, Ling Xiao was still not satisfied. He could challenge top geniuses by 3 levels, but against rebirth stage geniuses, it was already very good to be able to surpass 2 levels. Against human immortal stage geniuses, surpassing 1 level was the limit. Thus, his cultivation could continue to increase. Chapter 1779. Ling Xiao's blood soul talisman contained a large amount of energy, so breaking through shouldn't be a problem. His current problem was that his body's toughness couldn't keep up with his cultivation breakthrough. Thus, what he needed to do now was strengthen his mystic world body, and magic crystal liquid was the most suitable. Soaking his body in magic crystal liquid could strengthen his mystic world body further. That way, he could slowly convert the energy stored in the blood soul talisman into his own cultivation, breaking through to Yin-Yang Realm level 11 should be just around the corner. The way out was easier than expected. After the spatial crack exploded, the Soul Temple began to collapse, and light appeared above them. It was undoubtedly from the surface. They were all Yin-Yang realm experts. Although the flight was filled with danger, it was still easy for them to fly out of the collapsed Soul Shrine. Ling Xiao had inadvertently saved Wu Qinwang and Feng Ming Wuyang. These two were originally fighting the Nightman clan's Black Streak and Gold Streak elders when the sky suddenly lit up. How could the two be willing to be entangled with the enemy? They quickly escaped. As for the Black Streak and Gold Streak elders, they also followed. They were ordered by the Dark Fire clan's patriarch to kill Ling Xiao. Only by leaving the underground could they accomplish this. At the same time, in the Imperial Palace, the Heavenly Sea King and Heavenly Sea Tyranny, who were chatting, suddenly revealed shocked expressions. Not good. Something happened down there. The Heavenly Sea King flew through the air. In a secret room deep in the Imperial Palace, there was an entrance to the underground. At this moment, the entrance was actually collapsing continuously. Jiang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er rushed out, but both of them were seriously injured. Shangguan Qing'er looked like she was on the verge of death. What the hell is going on? Heavenly Sea Tyranny asked coldly. Reporting to your Majesty, Crown Prince, someone is causing trouble down there. The entire spatial crack has been destroyed, and the Night Devil King is nowhere to be found. This was the frightening scene that Jiang Lei saw while escaping. He only heard the Night Devil King's miserable cries. Although he didn't know what happened, he was sure that the Night Devil King was in trouble. Someone can actually suppress the Night Devil King? How is that possible? Could it be the Zhengyi School's people? Tyranny Heavenly Ocean asked coldly. That's impossible. If those bastards from the Zhengyi School really want to do this, they won't do it secretly. They will definitely do it openly because they want us to know that there can only be one sect on the White Tiger continent. The Tianhai King shook his head. What did the two of you see? Reporting to your Majesty, we saw a demon-like warrior. He was the one who stole our magic crystal liquid and killed John Howren and Yu Yang. Jiang Lei replied, Demon? Could it be someone from the spatial rift? The Tianhai King fell into deep thought. Both of you go back and recuperate. After that, write down everything that happened down here. Tyranny Heavenly Seas glanced at Jiang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er, his eyes cold and disappointed. After Jiang Lei and Shangguan Qing'er had left, he looked at the Tianhai King and asked, Father, do you think what they said can be trusted? They wouldn't dare lie. The Tianhai King said, Humph! Who would have thought that the plan we painstakingly planned for more than 10 years would be ruined by someone in one day? If I find out who this person is, I will definitely tear him to pieces. Father, perhaps things aren't as bad as you think. Tyranny Heavenly Seas suddenly smiled. Your son has long been worried that this spatial rift would be destroyed. So a few years ago, I secretly built the Heavenly Demon altar somewhere else. The quality of the demons there is not inferior to the ones in the spatial rift. It's just that without the Night Devil King, their overall strength is still somewhat weak. Night Devil King? Although that guy is strong, he is not easy to subdue. Without him, it will be easier to control. The Tianhai King smiled. As expected of my crown prince, well done. Apart from you and me, don't tell anyone else about this, including your crown princess. I will not ask you about the whereabouts of the altar. I will leave everything to you. Many thanks for your trust, Father. Tyranny Heavenly Seas nodded. All right, seal this passage, then do what you need to do. The White Tiger Assembly will soon arrive. Your first task is to take the #1 position of the White Tiger Continent's geniuses. Only then will you be able to convince the masses. The Tianhai King's originally angry mood had gradually calmed down, and he smiled at Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Your son obeys. While Tyranny Heavenly Seas and the Tianhai King were discussing the future, Ling Xiao and his 8 companions had already found a suitable place to cultivate and began to use the magic crystal liquid to refine their bodies. Everyone's martial soul was different, their internal strength was different, and even their martial arts were different. All of these would lead to different effects on their bodies. The energy of the magic crystal liquid was too eye-catching. They didn't dare return to Sky Sea City, because once they did, many people would covet it. It was better to find a place to cultivate while they were outside the city. The place Ling Xiao chose was the famous Magic Mountain outside Sky Sea City. Magic Mountain was a ruin left behind from the ancient war. The reason why it was called Magic Mountain was because it was once the battlefield between the Sacred Dynasty and the Heavenly Demons. The magic chi here was extremely terrifying. Normal martial artists couldn't enter. Ling Xiao only had this ability because he had cultivated the shadow profound meaning and comprehended the primordial heavenly devil fighting will. He found a hidden place. This was a tomb, and inside there was a bronze coffin. The vampire zombie in the coffin was slapped to death by him, and then he took over the coffin and cultivated inside. This time, he cultivated for a very long time, because he needed to use the magic crystal liquid to refine his body and break through. This process required a very long time to complete. A day passed, and Ling Xiao awakened 1,100 Emperor Heaven Empress Earth cells. 2 days passed, and Ling Xiao's body began to release a black light, which finally merged with the green and gold light. A layer of black scab actually formed on his body. After this layer of scab receded, it was as if he had been reborn, and his physical body had undergone another terrifying upgrade. 3 days passed, and a shocking black light suddenly shot out from the bronze coffin straight into the sky. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and then the dark clouds broke apart, revealing a terrifying giant door. It was the gate of hell. It was the gate of hell on the 11th level. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and discovered that his cultivation had broken through to the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Others could only break through the gate of hell after reaching the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm, but he directly opened it after reaching the early stage. To Ling Xiao, such a change was naturally something to be happy about. My cultivation has broken through, so it's time to return to Sky Sea City. I wonder how my companions are doing. He reached out to push the bronze coffin, but suddenly he was on guard. There were people. There were enemies. Chapter 1780. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and a grave on Demon Mountain was blasted open. A bronze coffin was blown out from the inside. Around the coffin, there were dozens of figures standing there. They were all staring at the bronze coffin with hatred in their eyes. This is Demon Mountain. Why are there so many powerhouses here? Ling Xiao was shocked when he sensed the terrifying pressure outside the bronze coffin. He chose Demon Mountain because it was suitable for him to cultivate. Secondly, it was impossible for a martial artist to appear here. However, he was in trouble. There were dozens of powerhouses, and the weakest of them was at level 10 Yin-Yang realm. What force could nurture such a terrifying group of powerhouses? They were all wearing black cloaks and emitting a strange aura. The aura was closer to demon chi. Could they be heavenly demons? No, although they had demon chi, they were still part of the 10,000 tribes. Heavenly demon cult. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of a possibility that he had overlooked. Heavenly demon cult existed in White Tiger Mainland and Tianhai Empire, but no one knew where their headquarters were. Why was he so stupid? Demon Mountain was a good place for Heavenly Demon Cult to set up camp. He had been smart all his life, but now he was stupid. He had barged into Heavenly Demon Cult's base. No wonder so many powerhouses appeared. Boom! The bronze coffin suddenly shattered and shot towards those martial artists. Logically speaking, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it was not difficult to kill a level 10 Yin-Yang realm martial artist. However, after the coffin fragments shot out, those guys dodged them. It seemed like they could transmit information to each other. What a pair of eyes saw could be transmitted to another person instantly. In that case, they could share the information. After breaking open the bronze coffin, Ling Xiao's figure flashed and flew in a certain direction in an attempt to escape. There were too many people, and even more powerhouses. In addition, this was Heavenly Demon Cult's base. It was definitely not beneficial for him to fight in such a place. However, his movements seemed to have been predicted by the other party. Before he could even move, the dozens of people had already moved, directly sealing off his escape route. Not only were these people fast, but their eyesight was also so good. Ling Xiao found it hard to believe. It was nighttime, and a strange full moon hung above the Devil Mountain. That full moon was completely red, as though it was a devil eye that was observing the entire Devil Mountain. Ling Xiao looked up and seemed to have understood something. Once again, he flashed and fled in another direction. At this moment, he was looking at the full moon in the sky. The blood-red moon flickered, and then he found that his path was blocked again. As expected, the source of your information is the blood moon, right? From Ling Xiao's point of view, it shouldn't be a real moon. The Demon Mountain must have been sealed by some powerful force. The moon was actually a secret technique created by someone. The other party did not speak, as if they were dead. No one answered his question. Ling Xiao frowned and asked again, "Are you people from the Heavenly Demon Cult?" Although he knew that no one would answer his question, he still asked anyway, because he wanted to see their reaction. Even if they didn't answer, their eyes and expressions would tell him the answer. Seems like there's no mistake. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Many of his guesses had been confirmed. However, now that he knew the Heavenly Demon Cult's base, these people would definitely not let him leave. Since that was the case, he might as well start a massacre. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Ever since he had broken through in the underground world, he had not truly fought a big battle. Today, these Heavenly Demon Cult followers would be a tool to test the results of his cultivation. He looked up at the blood moon. That thing seemed to be able to guess his thoughts. In other words, it could capture his soul fluctuations. As long as he could create fake soul fluctuations, it would be enough to fool the blood moon. Of course, it was not easy to do that. First, his soul power could not be too much weaker than the person who created the blood moon. Ling Xiao fit the criteria. Therefore, he could give it a try. His figure flashed as he rushed outside. At the same time, he released a soul fluctuation to escape. As expected, those Heavenly Demon Cult followers fell for it. The moment he was about to come into contact with them, he suddenly changed directions and charged towards the Heavenly Demon Cult martial artist closest to him. This sudden attack clearly shocked the Heavenly Demon Cult followers. "Kill!" Ling Xiao revealed a ferocious expression. Then he threw a punch, and the terrifying power of the Heaven-Earth Queen burst out. The Heavenly Demon Cult martial artist he attacked was at the 10th level of Yin-Yang realm. Seeing his attack, he calmly prepared to counterattack. However, Ling Xiao's punch was like the descent of the Heaven-Earth Queen. It was filled with a bold and powerful aura. It was invincible and crushed everything. Boom! With just one punch, the Heavenly Demon Cult martial artist was blasted into a pulp. Even his corpse could not be found. Ling Xiao twisted his body and charged towards another martial artist next to him. "Stop!" In the crowd, someone shouted and intercepted Ling Xiao's fist midway. Bam! Both of his fists exploded in the sky. Ling Xiao felt a terrifying force coming from his fists, causing his perlicue to hurt. This person's cultivation was at the 13th level of Yin-Yang realm. He was even more powerful than Mo Dao and Wu Qinhuang. However, while he did not feel good, his opponent was in a worse state. So what if his cultivation base was 2 realms higher than Ling Xiao's 1,100 Emperor Heaven Queen of Earth cells? That person still screamed in agony as he was blasted out. Then he crashed into a huge rock on the Demon Mountain. All the bones in his body felt like they were about to shatter. Die! Ling Xiao actually abandoned his original target and charged towards the 13th level of Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Ice's fury appeared in his hand. Yin and Yang origin energy coiled around Ice's fury. Killing intent filled the sky as his battle intent exploded. His speed was extremely fast. He was like a shooting star shuttling through the universe. Almost no one could stop him or fight him. Wherever the longsword went, it would be a massacre. The 13th level Yin-Yang realm heavenly demon cult martial artist did not expect to be severely injured by Ling Xiao, even though he was fully prepared. When he saw Ling Xiao's sword stabbing towards him, he could not move at all. His face was filled with fear. He did not want to die. He joined the heavenly demon cult, sold his soul, and sold his beliefs in order to obtain the strongest power. He obtained the power to snatch the woman he liked from the hands of others and kill the woman's entire family. Chapter 1781. Facing Ling Xiao's fatal strike, many memories flashed through the 13th layer Yin-Yang realm cultivator's mind. He had killed his woman's entire family. That was because the woman refused to marry him and her family looked down on him. So, he wanted revenge. He was a demon, not a human. Why did he need to have feelings? He felt that he could do whatever he wanted. However, this time, he found that he had not abandoned his cowardice or fear. When facing death, he was still so weak and pitiful. The other cultivators of the heavenly demon cult were all dumbfounded. When Ling Xiao found that he could not break free, he started a massacre. This kind of person was crazy. Could it be that he thought that he could kill a few dozen of them with his own strength? However, Ling Xiao would not answer their question. Ling Xiao's sword was unstoppable. How dare you hurt someone from the heavenly demon cult? You deserve to die. The people of the heavenly demon cult naturally could not just watch as Ling Xiao killed the 13th layer Yin-Yang realm cultivator. Just as Ling Xiao's sword pierced out, a terrifying force suddenly came from the side of his body, attacking him. Ling Xiao did not look. He did not care. It was as if only he and the enemy before him existed in the world. I don't want to die. I'm a demon. Only I can kill. No one can kill me. The expert who was struggling on the brink of death suddenly gathered all his internal energy and attacked Ling Xiao. He tried to defend by attacking and block Ling Xiao's attack. Even if it was only for a moment, it was enough for his companions to save him. However, it was useless. Ling Xiao's strike contained the ultimate slaughter sword intent. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Behind him, an illusory figure actually appeared. It was the killing god's white blade martial soul that he had forcefully taken from Feng Ming Qishan. The killing god White Blade had never been able to cultivate the slaughter sword intent to his level. Even human kings could not do it. This was probably the terrifying aspect of extreme slaughter and the unconventional path of the sword. Whoosh! The black sword radiance broke through everything that stood in its way. A plum blossom of blood spread out and bloomed. That heavenly demon cult martial artist, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, had his throat slit by Ling Xiao's sword on the spot. And at this moment, the attack from the side had already arrived. Ling Xiao did not dodge. The Ice's fury in his hand pierced out at an unbelievable speed and angle colliding with this brazen attack. His body flew more than 10 meters away. On the other hand, the opponent was sent flying dozens of meters away in a straight line. In terms of strength and cultivation, there was probably no one who could compare to him. Even if his cultivation was a few levels higher than his, it was impossible for him to be stronger than him. The heavenly demon cultists' hearts sank at that sight, and their faces turned ugly. A few days ago, some sky demon cultists had passed by and noticed Ling Xiao's presence, and reported it to the sky demon cult's main altar. The main altar was naturally furious at Ling Xiao for daring to kill a disciple of the sky demon cult. Hence, they sent dozens of experts to encircle and annihilate him. They thought that it would be a piece of cake to kill Ling Xiao with so many people. However, once the battle began, the situation did not look good. Ling Xiao was unscathed, but two of the sky demon cult martial artists had died. One was at the 10th stage of Yin Yang, and the other was at the 13th stage of Yin Yang. Ling Xiao was obviously much more powerful than the rumors said. How did this guy cultivate? How long had he been in the White Tiger mainland? His ability had improved so quickly. Originally, some of the cultists felt that it was a waste to send so many experts to kill Ling Xiao. However, they wished that there were more people now. If there were only a few of them, they would not be able to stop Ling Xiao at all. They might even be wiped out. If this guy is not eliminated, the saint will not be at peace. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Another expert made his move. This person held a terrifying giant hammer in his hand and smashed it at Ling Xiao's head. That terrifying power was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. The hammer seemed to want to smash Ling Xiao into a pulp. 14th level of the Yin Yang realm? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He was even more surprised. How powerful was the Sky Demon cult? He started to suspect that the Sky Demon cult was just like the rumors. It was just a temporary sect formed by some martial artists who were bewitched by the Sky Demon. Perhaps such a rumor was simply misleading. There must be an expert behind the Sky Demon cult. Otherwise, why would they send out such a terrifying group of people just to kill a mere Ling Xiao? 2 14th level Yin Yang realm experts. More than a dozen 13th level Yin Yang realm experts. The rest were 10th level Yin Yang realm to 12th level Yin Yang realm experts. He felt that only the Sky Sea Saint Academy could send such a lineup in the entire Tianhai Empire. However, although he had a grudge with the Sky Sea Saint Academy, these people were obviously not disciples of the Sky Sea Saint Academy. They were not martial artists from the imperial family either. They could not possibly be martial artists from the Water Spirit Temple. The Water Spirit Temple was not that powerful. Why did a good man become a thief? Kill. A dark, demonic sword hovered above Ling Xiao's head and merged with Ice's fury. With the dark, demonic sword in hand, his confidence was boosted. He charged toward the 14th level Yin Yang realm expert. Rumble! The terrifying demonic sword and the terrifying hammer collided. The giant hammer was sent flying. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was blasted to the ground. At that moment, he felt his organs tremble as if they were about to fly out of his body. His heart was filled with shock, and he secretly felt fortunate that he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, with his previous cultivation, if he encountered these fellows, he would have died without a burial ground. Kill. Another person attacked from the ground. He seemed to want to use the momentum of Ling Xiao's fall to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced out of the corner of his eye. No matter how hard this person tried to hide, he could not escape the prying of his Tai Chi eye. This person had the terrifying bloodline of the Crocodile clan. What was going on? Was this a member of the Tianhai Empire's imperial family? A member of the imperial family had joined the heavenly demon cult? Or was the imperial family behind the heavenly demon cult? He thought of many things in an instant. If it was really the imperial family behind the scenes, then this matter was serious. Would it involve the Tianhai king? Or was it the crown prince who created the sect in secret? Thinking back to what the Night Devil King had said to him, it was possible. Now that the Night Devil King had been sealed, no one could restrict the heavenly demon cult. If it was really Tianhai tyranny who created the sect, then this guy's ambition was huge. And to achieve his ambition, he was willing to do anything. Thinking of many things, Ling Zhao's sword did not slow down. The dark demonic sword trembled. A shadow all pierced through the air and collided with the imperial martial artist's fists. However, this guy was also a 14th level Yin-Yang realm expert. After destroying the shadow all, although its power was weakened, it still hit his body and smashed him into the ground. Chapter 1782. Ling Xiao grunted, and his face turned pale. Although he could still withstand this kind of impact, he was afraid that today's battle would not end peacefully. He had to expend a lot of effort to deal with a 14th level Yin-Yang realm expert. Now, there were two, and there were so many 13th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists working together. This was a hellish level of difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ling Xiao dodged the continuous attacks with shocking speed. He looked at everyone coldly and asked, "Are you from Tyrannical Sky Ocean or the Sky Ocean King? You'll know after you die." The 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist from the imperial family smiled coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, you're much stronger than we imagined. It's precisely because of this that we can't allow you to continue living. Today, Demon Mountain will be your burial ground. No matter how cunning and smart you are, it's useless." Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed towards the sky. "Kill me? The price to pay for killing me is huge. If you're not careful, your heavenly demon cult's main altar won't exist anymore." Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned evil. His left eye, Tai Chi eye, and right eye, three-leaf demon eyes opened at the same time. Wings of darkness appeared on his back. His body was covered in a layer of white bone armor. He entered the state of hell physique. As his cultivation increased, Ling Zhao's hell physique lasted longer and longer. Now, it wouldn't lose its effect for 2 to 4 hours. It became an effective supplement to his battle strength. He really is a demon. The heavenly demon cult members always thought that they were the most terrifying and cruel. They worshipped the heavenly demon and had the ability to make people tremble. But when they saw Ling Zhao's cold eyes and terrifying killing intent, they suddenly realized. Only then did they realize that there were people in this world who were more like demons than they were. A dragon's roar resounded as 3 illusory images of divine dragons appeared behind Ling Xiao. Immemorial Hell Dragon, Immemorial Nature Dragon, Immemorial 5 Elements Dragon. The 3 dragon souls roared and charged towards the crowd. They covered the sky and were extremely ferocious. Don't even think about harming the disciples of our sacred cult. The 2 martial artists at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm jumped out from the crowd and released their martial souls, a gigantic crocodile god and a ferocious war elephant. They clashed head-on with the 3 divine dragons. Although the 3 divine dragons were powerful, they were not enough to be Ling Zhao's martial soul. If he faced any one of them, Ling Xiao was absolutely confident that he could suppress them. However, facing 2 people at the same time, the 3 divine dragons were helpless. With 2 martial souls blocking 3 dragon souls, Ling Xiao's attack couldn't even get close to the heavenly demon cultists. "You won't let me kill him, but I will." Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Suddenly, Two screams could be heard from the crowd as the children of Shadow emerged from the darkness, drawing the lives of the sky demon cultists into the darkness. Another person had died. Although he was only at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm, he was still a martial artist. However, these were the only ones that Ling Xiao could kill with ease. The first thing he had to do in order to kill these guys was to separate the two 14th level Yin-Yang martial artists. With that thought, Ling Xiao made use of the moment when the three dragon souls were blocking the attack to dash out of the demon mountain. He escaped from the gap between the martial artist that he had killed and charged out of the demon mountain. Thief, let's go! The two 14th level Yin-Yang martial artists worked together to repel the three dragon souls before they sped up and chased after him. Their speed seemed to be enhanced on the demon mountain. Even if Ling Xiao unleashed his top speed, he still couldn't shake them off. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to shake them off. After he had put some distance between himself and the two of them, he suddenly turned back. Although the two of them were fast, they were still chasing after him and had to be delayed for a moment. This caused them to be led by the nose by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao charged into the crowd and stabbed with his sword, reaping the life of another sky demon cultist. Damn it, this guy is too cunning. We definitely can't chase after him together. Let's split up. You go right, I'll go left. The two martial artists at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm did not know that their decision was exactly what Ling Xiao had been dreaming of. Ling Xiao couldn't do anything when the two of them worked together. However, if they split up, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of them. Stop right there. One of them pounced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and charged out of the demon mountain again. However, he was closer to one of them and even wanted to close the distance between them. Along the way, Ling Xiao silently circulated his yin-yang origin energy and was prepared to enter the heavenly demon avatar. If he wanted to kill that martial artist with one strike, he had to use his most powerful attack. Die! That person chased after him and suddenly threw a punch. The fist force transformed into a ferocious war elephant that charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't take it head-on because it would expose his strength. His figure flashed slightly, and with a horizontal movement, he dodged the man's attack. When the attack flew out, it actually blasted a mountaintop apart. This attack was indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, it was meaningless if it couldn't hit the target. Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid. Although the rest of them were also chasing after Ling Xiao, they couldn't catch up with his speed. After all, Ling Xiao had killed a few people consecutively. Although they didn't seem to be afraid, they were actually very wary of him. Therefore, other than the two 14th level yin-yang martial artists, the rest of the group didn't hold back. They didn't go all out to chase after Jiang Yi. No one wanted to be the first to be caught and killed by Ling Xiao. A demon was a demon after all. Martial artists who fell into the demon Dao usually had their own thoughts. Although they weren't all vicious, they were definitely not people who liked to work with others. It was harder than ascending to heaven to get them to work together. You won't be able to escape. Ling Xiao, one of the martial artists at the 14th level of the yin-yang realm, did not realize that he was already alone. This was a very dangerous thing to do. However, he didn't know it all. On one hand, he didn't care. On the other hand, he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao at all. Perhaps he had the upper hand in the beginning and thought that Ling Xiao wasn't as good as him. Even if he was alone, he could kill Ling Xiao. Perhaps this was what they meant by "the skilled are bold." Don't you realize that you're very far away from your companions? Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and smiled at this cultivator. Although his smile was very bright, in this cultivator's eyes, this smile was filled with treachery. So what? It's easy for me to kill you alone." The martial artist turned around to look. Indeed, his companions were gone. Unknowingly, he had chased for dozens of miles and circled around Demon Mountain. He reckoned that his companions were confused. However, with the crimson moon demon eye in the sky, he believed that his companions would arrive soon. Of course, before that, he had to take the first credit and cut off Ling Xiao's head. Chapter 1783. The huge hammer attacked again, but it was thrown out by the 14th level yin-yang martial artist. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that there was actually a long chain at the end of the hammer. Instead of calling it a hammer, it was more like a chain hammer. It wasn't that he had never seen such a strange weapon before. It was just that very few people used it. I've said it before. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Ling Xiao smirked, and his body began to transform. He entered the Heavenly Demon Avatar in an instant. Heavenly Demon Avatar, Electric Demon King. Ling Xiao's voice was filled with demonic qi. He held the dark demon sword in his strange Electric Demon King body, and he looked even more ferocious and terrifying. Black lightning kept flashing on his body. The dark demon sword in his hand seemed to be spitting out terrifying black lightning energy and slaughter sword intent. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't just look terrifying. His lethality was also shocking. The 14th level yin-yang martial artist was obviously stunned when he saw Ling Xiao in this state. Fear grew in his heart. However, the arrow was already knocked, and he had to release it. He had already attacked, and he could not take it back. Ling Xiao smiled. He grabbed the dark demon sword with his demonic claw and stabbed it out. A ball of black lightning enveloped by hell dragon fire quickly condensed on the tip of the sword. Rumble! Crack! The terrifying black lightning was like the god of destruction. When it came into contact with the hammer, it actually shattered it instantly. Then, the black lightning followed the chain and charged towards the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist. The lightning was too fast. The martial artist tried to throw away the chain in his hand, but it was too late. The extremely terrifying black lightning wreaked havoc on his body, causing terrifying black smoke to rise from his body. Fortunately, he was a 14th level yin-yang stage powerhouse. If it was any other martial artist, he would have lost his life immediately from that attack. However, Ling Xiao would not let him escape. Since he had successfully isolated this martial artist, he had to kill him before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Die! Ling Xiao let out a low roar. His strange body was wrapped in powerful dark lightning as he charged towards his opponent. The 14th level yin-yang martial artist turned around and fled. However, when he was struck by the black lightning, he was already seriously injured. Now that his speed was greatly reduced, how could he escape from Ling Xiao? The crisis of death was coming from behind him. He was terrified beyond reason. How could he have imagined that Ling Xiao could actually unleash such a terrifying attack? How did he do it? Run! He told himself that if he had been any slower, he would have lost his life. Therefore, he rushed forward with all his might. However, it was useless. His body seemed to be restrained by something, and he couldn't even display half of his usual speed. His heart was filled with despair. He regretted that he had chased after her alone. However, there was no point in regretting it now. His only hope was for another 14th level yin-yang martial artist to chase after him and rescue him. He saw the silhouette of his companions. "Don't be afraid. I'll save you." His companion's voice rang in his ears like the most beautiful music in the world. He listened to the voice and was almost intoxicated. A smile bloomed on his face. He was saved. "Do you think you're saved?" However, a cold voice came from behind him. The enemy was so close. No, I don't want to die. He didn't want to die. However, the cold, dark, demonic sword had already pierced his body. The terrifying black lightning was wreaking havoc in his body. He felt that his internal organs were constantly being destroyed, as if a piece of paper was burning from the inside. Ah! His terrified scream echoed throughout the entire demon mountain. All the heavenly demon sect martial artists heard it, including the imperial family expert who had rushed over. He was even more shocked than the others because he saw his powerful companion being devoured and destroyed by the black lightning. His body abruptly stopped as he stared blankly at the scene before him, terrified beyond belief. He clearly saw the black lightning burning his companion's organs. Then it started to burn his bones, muscles, and skin. He felt his scalp go numb. How could there be such a terrifying attack? Was this still a human's attack? The others also rushed over. They were fortunate enough to see the final terrifying scene. A powerful martial artist was like a painting being burned to the point where only his face was left. Then, his face gradually disappeared. The air seemed to suddenly freeze. It was filled with a terrifying, deathly stillness and fear. No one dared to breathe, as if they were afraid they would wake something up. The flames continued to spread up, reaching his waist, his chest, and his heart. Ling Xiao stood there, looking coldly at the crowd, as if he was a fearful demon king. I said before, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. He broke into a grin, but Ling Xiao, who was currently in the lightning demon king form, had a smile that was not good-looking at all. Instead, it was somewhat sinister. Among them, the strongest martial artist was killed just like that. This scene was hard for the heavenly demon sect to accept. They had come aggressively to denounce him, but in the end, he was not injured at all, while they had suffered heavy losses. The enemy was standing there. The enemy was standing there. They could go and take revenge for their companion right now. But no one moved. The space where Ling Xiao was seemed to have become a forbidden area, and no one dared to go near. Who dared to go near? Even the strongest martial artist among them was killed by this fellow. Were they prepared to die if they rushed over? No one was stupid. No one was stupid. In fact, Ling Xiao had exhausted a large amount of yin-yang energy to kill the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist in a short time. This attack made him very weak. If the other party dared to attack now, he would have to use his trump card to fight. But the funny thing was, none of these heavenly demon sect members who claimed to be unafraid of death dared to go near him. Even the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist from the imperial family did not dare to. Ling Xiao seized the time to recover, but he did not dare to eat pills, because once he did, it would expose the fact that he did not have enough origin power, and the other party would definitely swarm over to attack. Fortunately, he had stored a large amount of origin power in the Blood Soul Talisman. He could use the Blood Soul Talisman to continuously replenish his origin power. Although it was not as fast as consuming pills, it was much faster than normal recovery. What are you all standing there for? Go and kill him. Suddenly, the 14th level yin-yang realm martial artist from the imperial family spoke. He was stronger, so he had the authority to order other martial artists. The three of you attack together. This fellow must be very weak now. Whoever kills him will get the credit. He pointed at 3 heavenly demon sect members from the crowd. Chapter 1784. In the heavenly fiend cult, orders were absolute. Those who disobeyed would die. Therefore, no matter how terrified the 3 martial artists were, they still flew out of the group while trembling in fear. They were 3 10th level yin-yang realm martial artists, and they were also the last 3 10th level yin-yang realm martial artists. In fact, they knew very well that they were being used as cannon fodder in this attack. It was to test the opponent's strength. However, so what if they knew? If they did not attack, they would still die. If they attacked, there was still a certain chance of survival. This was an easy choice. Ling Xiao continued to look at these people calmly, while maintaining his heavenly fiend form. Although it consumed a lot of origin power, he had to do it. Otherwise, it would expose the fact that he did not have enough origin power. Once the opponent attacked with full force, he would not be able to escape with his current yin-yang origin power. Kill! The 3/10th level yin-yang martial artists finally clenched their teeth and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly and did not attack. When the three of them approached, 3 divine dragons suddenly emerged from behind him. They opened their bloody mouths and swallowed the 3 of them. Anyone else who wants to die can come at me. Ling Xiao had no intention of retreating. Instead, he moved forward. The Heavenly Fiend cult members all retreated, including the 14th level yin-yang martial artist. However, based on the situation this time, it was impossible to determine Ling Xiao's condition. Did he really run out of yin-yang origin power? Or was he pretending? Send 3 more people up. No, 5 more people. I don't believe that he didn't use any origin power after killing the strongest one among us. The Imperial Family martial artist gave another order. This time, there were 5 martial artists at the 11th level of the yin-yang realm. They were also the only 5 11th level yin-yang martial artists. Ling Xiao actually wanted to curse in his heart. Although the other party's method seemed to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside, it was very effective. The continuous suicidal attacks made him unable to recover his stamina and yin-yang origin power in peace. It seemed like he had to think of another way. In this world, Ling Xiao was definitely one of the people who had a variety of attacking methods. When Ling Xiao saw the 5 11th level yin-yang realm martial artists approaching him, he suddenly charged over. His killing intent soared in an instant. Everyone, including the 5 people, was shocked and almost turned around to flee. Even the 14th level yin-yang martial artist did the same. Like a rabbit running for its life, he pushed his speed to the limit and instantly dashed thousands of meters away. However, after a while, the fiend cult martial artists suddenly felt that something was wrong. They looked back. F***CK. Where was Ling Xiao? That brat actually ran away. They were fooled. At that moment, everyone knew they were fooled. Ling Xiao should already be an arrow at the end of its flight, but he was still able to scare them into fleeing like rabbits. When they thought of it, their faces were red and green. His anger was mixed with a strong sense of shame. Go after him. That boy can't go on anymore. This time, knowing that Ling Xiao could not go on anymore, the Imperial Family martial artists were no longer afraid and led the charge. The rest of the people also followed him. Since they were sure that Ling Xiao was at the end of his rope, there was nothing to be afraid of. Little did they know that Ling Xiao was only doing this because he thought of another way to deal with them. They chased for a long time. They realized that there was someone sitting in front of them and recovering his inner power. Ling Xiao ate the pill and sat there to recover. The speed at which his internal energy recovered also became extremely fast. Kill him. That guy must be deliberately mystifying. We can't fall for his trick again. Perhaps it was because of the previous experience of being toyed with. The Heavenly Demon cult martial artists felt that Ling Xiao was definitely using the same trick again. He clearly knew that he couldn't escape, so he was putting on an act. That was what everyone thought. They didn't pay any attention to Ling Xiao's location to see if there was anything wrong. Perhaps it was because of their anger and shame that they temporarily lost their ability to think and did something very stupid. When the fiend cult martial artists were about to reach him, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. Congratulations! You've made the wrong choice again. You'll be punished this time. What? At that moment, the fiend cult martial artists finally realized that something was wrong. With Ling Xiao as the center, the ground within a 10-meter radius was clearly a little strange. But it was already too late to realize it. Release 10,000 beast blood refining array. That's right. Ling Xiao had set up an array here. An array was the most suitable way to kill someone when they were at a disadvantage. It was also the easiest way to make the opponent wary. In that instant, blood flashed and screams rang out. All the fiend cult martial artists who were within a 10-meter radius of Ling Xiao were either dead or heavily injured. It was a disastrous loss. Those martial artists who were lucky enough not to follow hurriedly stopped in their tracks, not daring to get close to Ling Xiao. Don't be afraid. This array is so powerful that it must have used precious materials. It can only be used once at most. Go. That royal family martial artist was like a turtle hiding in its shell as he urged his subordinates. But many martial artists felt that what he said made sense. An array that was set up in such a hurry must have been set up with an array refining stone. And an array from an array refining stone could only be used once. Now that the array had taken effect, what was there to be afraid of? Therefore, a few martial artists who were not afraid of death charged forward. Ling Xiao took a look and casually snapped his fingers. Fire snake array. Thousands of fire snakes, flicking their tongues, suddenly appeared around him. They spat out terrifying true samadhi fire and instantly burned those martial artists who were not afraid of death to death. This fire snake array was a very simple array that Ling Xiao had used many times before. But there was an advantage to the fire snake array, which was that its power could increase with the intensity of the flames. Ling Xiao had mastered 2 sacred flames, and one was the hellfire. The power of this fire snake array was comparable to some large arrays. Those people let out shrill screams and kept crawling out of the raging flames. But they could not stop the flames from burning and died miserably one by one. This time, no one dared to get close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face showed a disdainful smile. If you don't chase, I'll be leaving. By the way, I'll tell you that I don't have enough inner strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have used the array to attack you. But do you dare to chase? He laughed and turned to leave, not even looking at those martial artists from the heavenly demon cult. His words were very provocative and very ironic, but no one dared to charge forward at this time. There were even people who shouted, "Don't rush forward so easily. That guy is clearly sending us to our deaths." All of them were so paranoid that they were about to turn into lunatics. However, no one was willing to just watch Ling Xiao escape like that. Chapter 1785. Don't forget the orders from above. There are so many of us. If we can't even kill a mere Ling Xiao, how are we going to report back? The imperial martial artist said coldly, "A mere Ling Xiao? Not only did a mere Ling Xiao kill the strongest among us, he even annihilated more than a dozen of our cultivators. If we continue to be killed like this, we'll really all die." Someone finally couldn't stand the imperial martial artist's sarcastic words. They were all trash. Why did they have to be mocked? You're courting death. The imperial martial artist didn't dare to behave atrociously in front of Ling Xiao, but he could show off in front of his subordinates. He suddenly slammed his palm down, and that person was directly smashed into meat paste. Who else doesn't listen to orders? You'll end up like him. So what if the road is full of traps? How many alchemy formation stones does Ling Xiao have left to use? The imperial martial artist said coldly he had already made it clear that he wanted these people to be cannon fodder. You're not convinced? It's useless. Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and your strength is inferior to mine. Damn it. The other martial artists hated this guy, but they didn't dare to resist the Imperial martial artist strength. They could only continue to charge forward. The danger they imagined didn't exist. This made them feel much more at ease. Hence, they sped up to chase after Ling Xiao. Looks like Ling Xiao is really at the end of his rope. Kill him and take the credit. Someone had an idea. At this moment, although Ling Xiao's flying speed was still very fast compared to his previous speed, it was far worse. They caught up very easily. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao was really at the end of his rope. At the very least, he didn't have enough inner strength. If they didn't take the credit now, when would they do it? What was the truth? The truth was that Ling Xiao wasn't that miserable. On the contrary, because he had a lot of time to rest, his inner strength had recovered to a safe level. Now, not to mention those trash, he was even confident that he could kill that Yin-Yang Realm 14th level powerhouse. The medicinal pills he had weren't for fun. Moreover, his inner strength was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. He sat down again. The pills were eaten like jelly beans, and his internal energy was recovering at an accelerated rate. Like this, they might really be able to wipe out all the heavenly demon cult martial artists. Fortunately, his opponent did not send out a 15th level Yin-Yang stage powerhouse. Otherwise, he could only flee for his life. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. After fleeing for a period of time, they had already reached the edge of the Demon Mountain. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and landed on the ground. Looking at the pursuers, he smiled faintly and said, "Is it really that fun to court death? I admit that I'm not as strong as I was at my peak. However, it is still possible to kill you all. Is it really worth it for all of you to die here just to kill me?" As he spoke, Ling Xiao secretly took out a refining formation stone. First, he would use an attack method that consumed less inner energy. This way, it would not affect his recovery. The array refining stone was set up in advance. As long as it was released, it would be fine. It was especially suitable when one was outnumbered. Don't listen to him. That guy is just stalling for time. Someone shouted. His words sounded reasonable. If Ling Xiao really had the ability to kill them, why didn't he do it? Why was he still talking nonsense? When they thought of this, coupled with the threat of the 14th level Yin-Yang stage martial artist from the Imperial family, the heavenly demon cult disciples finally gritted their teeth and pounced on Ling Xiao. "I've warned you. You really don't know how to repent." There were more than 10 heavenly demon cult martial artists who rushed to Ling Xiao's side. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, a green light flickered on the ground. Terrifying poison spread in the air. A hellish scene reappeared. This was one of the 2 terrifying arrays that Ling Xiao mastered, the Pestilence Bone-Dissolving Formation. The Pestilence Bone-Dissolving Formation was once the masterpiece of the Pestilence Demon King. However, it was now Ling Xiao's specialty. The terrifying array was activated. Only screams and wails could be heard. More than 10 heavenly demon cult disciples turned into rotting corpses in an instant. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "See? I told you. You just didn't listen." The heavenly demon cult martial artists looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and despair. When they arrived, there were 72 of them, 2 14th level Yin-Yang stage martial artists, and 70 martial artists whose cultivation levels were no lower than the 10th level of Yin-Yang stage. This terrifying strength was enough to destroy any sect in the Tianhai Empire other than the Tianhai Saint Court. However, they suffered heavy losses when facing Ling Xiao. From 72 people, it was reduced to 21. What should we do? The remaining martial artists looked at the 14th level Yin-Yang stage martial artist from the Imperial family. "Go and kill him." The Imperial family martial artist was hesitating when a voice suddenly rang in his mind. The voice was extremely authoritative and even seemed to be warning him. The imperial family martial artist's face froze. He used his powerful cultivation to threaten the rest of the heavenly demon cult disciples. Now, an even stronger person had appeared to threaten him. He had no choice. The person who came was not someone he could fight against. He might have a chance of survival against Ling Xiao. However, if he fought against this person hiding in the dark, only death awaited him. Understood. He sent a voice transmission, secretly. Then, he suddenly transformed into a huge crocodile and charged at Ling Xiao. A terrifying roar exploded in the sky. The huge claw was like a canopy covering the sky as it moved towards Ling Xiao. Is this guy crazy? Why did he suddenly attack? Ling Xiao frowned. He felt that something was wrong. This imperial family martial artist had always been timid and cautious. There must be something wrong with his sudden attack. He secretly released his Gemini martial souls. Then he faced the sky and waved the dark demon sword in his hand. He combined it with the power of the 1100 Heaven Queen of Earth and the power of the Plague Demon King to stab forward. The Plague Demon King absorbed a large amount of energy from the Plague Bone dissolving formation. This sword was filled with evil and ferocity. The huge black sword stabbed into the crocodile's palm. After a moment of stalemate, splat! The sound of the palm shattering rang out. The huge black sword pierced through the huge palm. The imperial family martial artist let out a shrill scream. However, he did not retreat. He ignored the pierced palm and slammed his other claw down from the side. Ling Xiao was about to resist. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura attacked from the dark. He was shocked. This aura was too terrifying. Although it was also at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm, it was clearly much stronger than the imperial family martial artist. The imperial family martial artist was only at the early stage of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, the person who suddenly appeared was at the peak of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but his killing intent was also much stronger than the imperial family martial artists. Run! Ling Xiao did not want to face two 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists at the same time. This was something he had decided from the start. Chapter 1786. Ling Xiao was displeased that he couldn't kill the imperial family martial artist. However, escaping was more important now. He turned into a shadow and used the shadow step to escape into the distance. Boom! He didn't look back, but he could feel that his Gemini martial soul was instantly destroyed by the sneak attack. Then, the terrifying impact hit him directly in the back. Pooh! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Too powerful. Although he wasn't an enemy at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm, this guy was obviously much stronger than the imperial family martial artist. Moreover, he must have some treasure on him. Otherwise, his attack wouldn't be so fierce. This was because the attack completely avoided his defense and hit his organs, which were the weakest part of his body. Ling Xiao somersaulted into the dense forest nearby. He panted heavily in the dark forest. He felt that his injuries were really serious this time. He was already very lucky that he didn't die. The strength of the mystic world body wasn't just for show. He didn't die. The person who launched the sneak attack was obviously surprised. His attack was a well-prepared one, and it wasn't a very glorious sneak attack. He used the power of his Dharma treasure to directly avoid the opponent's defense and hit him. He completely ignored the opponent's defensive martial arts, protective origin energy, armor, and other protective equipment. However, he still didn't kill him. He's already seriously injured. Don't be afraid. Surround him. The person looked coldly at the place where Ling Xiao fell. There was blood all over the vegetation. Although Ling Xiao didn't die, he was sure that he was seriously injured. Now, He could easily deal with him without needing to do anything. This time, the heavenly demon cult martial artists didn't hesitate, including the 14th level Yin-Yang Realm Imperial Family martial artist. This was because they saw with their own eyes how Ling Xiao was hit, spat out blood, and fell. They firmly believed that Ling Xiao was seriously injured. A victorious smile appeared on their faces. One after another, they surrounded the place where Ling Xiao had fallen. If they didn't kill him, there would be endless trouble in the future. So many of the 72 heavenly demon cult martial artists had died. In the end, they had to send out 3 14th level Yin-Yang Realm experts to severely injure him. If they didn't kill him now, it would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. In fact, it might even become an impossible task. Found him! Someone shouted. Ling Xiao was lying in a dilapidated bush. He seemed to be unable to move. The new expert flew over and looked mockingly at Ling Xiao, who was lying there, and said coldly, "You're not bad. You're really not bad. You killed so many of us by yourself. Our leader thinks highly of you and believes that you are an even more talented existence than the little guy. That's why we want you to join us and become a member of the Sky Demon Cult, and we'll let bygones be bygones. Join Heavenly Demon Cult? Sure, as long as you let me be the sex master." Ling Xiao sneered. "You're at death's door, yet you're still so stubborn. Although you're a genius, do you think you're worthy of being the sect master of Heavenly Demon Cult?" That person curled his lips and said, "Do you know that even if some of the important figures of your Divine Phoenix continent join the Heavenly Devil Cult, they will only become the lowest level of servants? Letting you become an official member of the Heavenly Devil Cult is already giving you enough respect, yet you still dare to push your luck? Since you don't agree, then forget it. However, I'm very curious. Who are you people? I feel like you should be martial artists of the 10,000 races. Why are you colluding with heavenly demons?" Ling Xiao asked again. "You're about to die, yet you still have so much to say. Just obediently be a confused ghost." That person sneered. Since Ling Xiao wasn't willing to join Heavenly Demon Cult, then there was no need for him to waste any more time. He just had to kill him. Confused ghost? Unfortunately, the person who dies today definitely won't be me. Ling Xiao's expression suddenly became extremely malevolent. His body was covered with black patterns, as if a devil was being born. "There are some things that I never wanted to do, but you forced me to do so. Don't blame me when you die." Ling Xiao coldly looked at the heavenly demon cult members surrounding him. Within his cold eyes, black inscriptions constantly flickered. The air was filled with a powerful demonic intent. The entire demon mountain seemed to have become excited because of this demonic intent. What's going on? The heavenly demon cult's martial artists were all possessed by the devil, but in the face of Ling Xiao's terrifying demonic intent, they were actually trembling with fear. "You believe in heavenly demons. When you entered the cult, you swore that you would offer your everything to the demon god. Then today is the time for you to offer your sacrifice. All of you will become the sacrifice for the heavenly demon's awakening." As Ling Xiao spoke, the terrifying demonic intent became even more terrifying. His body slowly stood up, and his surroundings were filled with a black aura. The faces of all the heavenly demon cult's martial artists changed drastically. Their eyes that looked at Ling Xiao had already changed from ridicule and anger to confusion and fear. "Demon King of the First Heaven, come out!" Blood dripped from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His face was full of smiles as he slowly said a sentence, pausing after every word. It was as if an ice-cold incantation had instantly unsealed the Demon King. On his forehead, a pitch-black demonic pattern suddenly flew out and pierced through the sky. It actually broke the black demonic barrier that shrouded the demon mountain. Then, There was an additional black cloud in the sky. The black cloud churned and covered the blood-red moon. The entire world became even darker. It was as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. Ling Xiao's body rose up and was enveloped by the black cloud. In the void, an illusory figure appeared. The figure was several hundred meters tall. Its colossal body stood there like another demonic mountain. The hearts of the heavenly demon cult martial artists trembled wildly at the shocking scene. There was not a single part of their bodies that did not shudder. The shadow of death descended. It was as if Ling Xiao was the only existence between heaven and earth. What's going on? Has he turned demonic? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Why is this happening? Some of the heavenly demon cult's disciples actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Xiao continuously. In their eyes, Ling Xiao had already turned into a true demon god. At this very moment, he was a demon king, an existence that was even more feared than the saint of the heavenly demon cult. Floating in the air, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. His Taiji eye and three-leaf demonic pupil had already disappeared, replaced by a pair of blood-red demonic eyes. His vertical pupils were filled with terrifying demonic intent. The souls of the heavenly demon cult's disciples who worshipped the heavenly demon were utterly suppressed. His eyes gave birth to the demonic pupils. He turned into a heavenly demon. As for the colossal figure behind him, it was as if the sky was about to collapse at this very moment. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, but the shock it brought to everyone was immense. Chapter 1787. Ling Xiao's body did not change much. It was still his body, but his eyes and hair had become strange. His long silver-white hair fluttered in the wind. Two blood-red demonic eyes intimidated all living beings. That guy is crazy. He is willing to be possessed by the heavenly demon king and become his puppet to kill all of us. In terms of vision, the royal family cultivator was definitely powerful. He could see Ling Xiao's current situation at a glance. But so what if he knew? Could he defeat him if he knew? He would only be more afraid if he knew, because what they were facing was no longer a genius cultivator, but a real heavenly demon king, a demonic creature that crossed the void and came to the mystic world. This demonic creature had its own consciousness and ability. How could they be a match for it? At this moment, they even wished that Ling Xiao could control this power. That way, at least the heavenly demon king would not be able to act recklessly. Of course, this was just their thoughts. Ling Xiao was not a reckless person. Although he also took risks, he had to be prepared for every adventure. This time, he was fully prepared. In fact, when the huge black shadow sealed the 7 demon kings into his body, he had been thinking about how to use this powerful energy. After all, it would be a waste to just leave such power alone. Today, when facing a strong enemy, he finally found an opportunity. The opponent was very strong. In this way, he could use the opponent's power to weaken the heavenly demon king's power. In fact, to be on the safe side, he only released the first heaven demon king. He did not release the other 6 heavenly demon kings because he was afraid that he could not control them and completely become puppets. Do not underestimate the consciousness of the heavenly demon king. Although the heavenly demon king was divided into 7, each of them was still incomparably powerful. However, even if Ling Xiao was not completely controlled by the first heaven demon king's consciousness, his body was already affected. His demonic eyes looked down on all living beings with indifference, as if they were nothing but grass. "You want to kill me?" Ling Xiao opened his mouth and said coldly. His voice was very strange. Part of it was his voice, but the other part seemed to be the voice of the heavenly demon king. The 2 voices were mixed together. One was cold and clear. One was majestic and domineering. That voice cast a shadow of terror over every heavenly demon cultist's heart, and they could not escape no matter what they did. Yes, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But now, could they really kill Ling Xiao? Sacrifice yourselves. Sacrifices. A cold and contemptuous voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Demonic energies surged. The entire world was filled with an unsettling aura of death. Ling Xiao gently raised his hand. At the same time, the gigantic shadow behind him also raised its hand. The skies seemed to be covered by this palm. Then, Ling Xiao's hand gently pressed down. At the same time, the huge shadow pressed its hand down. As if the black sky was collapsing, black lightning roared in the void. The people standing near Ling Xiao had no intention of resisting at all. The terrifying devil made them feel like they were willing to sacrifice themselves. Naturally, there were also people who resisted. The two 14th level Yin-Yang realm experts were more powerful than the others. Their willpower temporarily resisted the corrosion of the devil will. The two of them worked together and blasted out a shocking attack with all their strength. The gigantic palm dissipated like dark clouds. They smiled in joy. However, this joy only lasted for a few seconds. The dark clouds gathered, and the gigantic palm formed again. Then it slammed down unstoppably. Run! The two experts did not dare to stay any longer. They turned and fled into the depths of Demon Mountain. However, their surroundings were pitch black. Even with their eyesight, they could not accurately determine their location. They could only run around like headless flies. Before the gigantic palm slammed down, the terrifying pressure had already caused the bodies of the heavenly demon cultists closest to Ling Xiao to explode. Fresh blood flowed. This devil was truly too terrifying. The first Heaven Demon King was a true heavenly demon king, although it consumed a lot of energy when passing through the spatial tunnel. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, staying in Ling Xiao's body would only make him stronger. Death woke some people up. They did not want to die yet. They had their own motives for joining the heavenly demon cult. Perhaps they wanted revenge. Perhaps they wanted to abuse their power. Or perhaps it was because they had taken a fancy to a certain family's woman. In short, they were all concerned about the secular world. How could they be willing to become a sacrifice for this demon king? Run! It was unknown who shouted, but those who were still alive all fled into the distance. They knew very well that they could not defeat Ling Xiao, who had been possessed by the demon king. At this moment, they had no other choice but to run. However, the gigantic palm finally slammed down on the ground. Rumble! The entire Demon Mountain shook, and there was a thunderous sound. Cracks began to appear on the Demon Mountain. These cracks chased after the fleeing heavenly demon cultists. Under the gigantic palm, more than a dozen heavenly demon cultists were easily killed like mosquitoes. The heavenly demon cultists who were chased by the cracks were not spared either. As they screamed in horror, black lightning poured into their bodies and turned them into charcoal in an instant. Panic continued to spread. The heavenly demon cultists felt that they were not fighting with the human heavenly demon cultists. What they were facing was the supreme heavenly demon king, who was feared by all living beings, destroying heaven and earth, bloodthirsty and merciless. Everything was as insignificant as grass in his cold eyes. No, at a certain moment, a certain heavenly demon cultists turned around to take a look. The gigantic crack was already behind him. He screamed in horror, but he could not change his fate at all. He was swallowed by the gigantic crack, and then he felt his body being pierced by the terrifying lightning. Then he lost consciousness in horror. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to let an enemy escape. It was not because he was bloodthirsty, but because the secret of the 7 great heavenly demon kings was the same as the tyrant martial spirit. It must be kept a secret. Once it was leaked out, the trouble it would bring might not be something he could bear. He knew very well that unless he completely handed over his body to the 7 great heavenly demon kings, there were still many people who could kill him in the White Tiger continent. Obviously, he could not be controlled by this demonic creature. He wanted to make use of this demonic creature and control this power. In the pitch-black night sky, only 2 heavenly demon cultists were left running for their lives. One was an expert from the imperial family of the Tianhai Empire. The other was the newly arrived expert at the peak of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Right now, he was no longer as arrogant as he was when he first arrived. His appearance was truly as pathetic as a defeated general. He was as pitiful as a mouse running for its life. Chapter 1788. Ling Xiao coldly looked at the 2 figures. He raised his hands and made a grabbing motion. The terrifying shadow behind him did the same thing. 2 enormous hands chased after him, and a pitch-black gale wreaked havoc on Demon Mountain. Without the guidance of the Blood Moon, they had no chance of escaping Ling Xiao's grasp. No, I don't want to die. I'm a prince of the Sky Sea Empire. I'm the brother of the Sky Sea Sovereign King. You can't kill me. I'm Prince Yun. I can give you glory and wealth. I can give you everything. I also have a daughter. She's as beautiful as a flower. I can also marry her to you. The imperial family martial artist had already lost his last bit of courage. He was like a dwarf under the foot of a giant, only able to beg for mercy. However, Ling Xiao did not speak. However, the speed of the giant hand was even faster. 2 hands finally caught hold of the 2 remaining experts and squeezed them in the palm of his hand. Tell me, who's the mastermind behind the heavenly demon cult? I'll talk. It's Tyranny Sky Sea, the crown prince of the Sky Sea Empire. Prince Yin shouted with all his might. This person was afraid of death to the extreme. In fact, it could be seen from the previous battle that he only dared to send his subordinates to their deaths. He did not dare to attack himself. Very good. You've obtained the chance to answer the next question. Ling Xiao's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of ridicule and mockery in it. He looked at the other person and said, "You answer the next question. Has the heavenly demon cult sent anyone to hide around me?" Ha ha ha. Do you think that everyone in the heavenly demon cult is as weak and afraid of death as that trash? Kill me. Our cult master will definitely avenge me. That person laughed maniacally. Idiot, killing you is as easy as crushing a bug. Ling Xiao glanced at him with disdain. With a slight movement of his right hand, the heavenly demon cult martial artist, who was at the peak of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm, was crushed and disappeared on the spot. It was as if he had been completely corroded by the dark energy. You answer this question. Ling Xiao then looked at the imperial martial artist. I said, don't kill me. As far as I know, the 2 Sea Clan martial artists your Dragon Phoenix continent sent are both from our heavenly demon cult. The imperial martial artist said hurriedly. And there's also Tian Hailan and Feng Mo from the Dragon Phoenix mountain. Actually, even if you didn't barge into the demon mountain this time, we still wanted to kill you. The 2 of them and the 2 sea race warriors have been closely monitoring your every move. Once there's any news, they will report it to us. In order to survive, the imperial family's martial artists really dared to say anything. But I don't understand. Even though I've killed people from your heavenly demon cult, that was an open and honorable battle. You don't have to target me like this, do you? You don't seem like someone who does great things. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Actually, this matter is related to the sect leader. Our sect leader has a deep-seated hatred for you. It seems that you killed his father and younger brother. I don't know the details. What's his name? Ling Xiao asked. I really don't know about that. The imperial family's martial artist shook his head and said, the sect leader's whereabouts are secretive and very mysterious. Only His Highness, the Crown Prince, knows his true identity. Right? She's a woman. I'm sure of that. Moreover, she's not old. She's at most 4 or 5 years older than you. That's all I know. A woman 4 or 5 years older than me. All right, I got it. Ling Xiao thought about it, but couldn't figure out who this person was. He had killed too many people. Even though he was confident that he didn't kill the wrong person, his enemies also had children. It was normal for them to want to seek revenge from him. This explained why the heavenly demon cult was targeting him. Tian Hailan, Feng Mo, and those 2C clan martial artists. You're really tired of living. There was no way Ling Xiao would let those people off. With such a threat around, not only could it hurt him, it could also hurt his friends. This was something he would never allow. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Ling Xiao had no more questions. Moreover, he realized that the backlash from the Demon King of the First Heaven was getting more and more terrifying. He had to find a place to deal with this problem first. I've told you everything I know. Please let me go. The imperial family's martial artist begged. Of course, I can let you go. However, you have to eat this thing. Only then will I be at ease. Ling Xiao felt that this Prince Yun was still very useful. Whether it was the heavenly demon cult or the imperial family, this guy could find out a lot of useful information. He took out a pill and said with a smile, eat this. It can let you fake your death. This way, you won't be suspected. However, this pill has a certain effect on a person's soul. To put it simply, if you dare to betray me, you'll immediately become a fool. I'll eat it. At this moment, the imperial family's martial artist didn't care about anything other than his life. Ling Xiao was so powerful. So what if he followed Ling Xiao? He swallowed the pill in one gulp. Ling Xiao then threw him out. The imperial family's martial artist spat out a large mouthful of blood. More than half of the bones in his body were shattered, and his internal organs were bleeding profusely. In such a situation, he would definitely be dead if it was any other time. However, with the pill that Ling Xiao gave him to protect his body, in addition to the Sky Tyrant soul power that Ling Xiao had absorbed into his body, he could still make a full recovery. At this point, 72 of the 73 heavenly demon cult members who chased after Ling Xiao were dead. One of them had become his puppet spy. This was the result of him showing mercy. The might of the Demon King of the First Heaven was truly terrifying. Even Ling Xiao was a little shocked by such an outcome. Uffed, Ling Xiao calmed down a little. However, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn guy, the backlash is getting stronger. Don't even think about controlling my body. He looked around and dashed off in a certain direction. After all, this was the Demon Mountain. He was worried that the heavenly demon cult would send people to deal with him again. Therefore, he had to find a safe place. Of course, before he left, he took away all the things on the 73 people. 12 of them had storage rings, which were all taken away by him. These people's cultivations were very strong. Naturally, they had some inventory on them. Anyway, his mountain river world was very big. He could put them anywhere he wanted. His figure flashed. After a moment, Ling Xiao stopped in a barren mountain hundreds of miles away from the Demon Mountain. Then he entered a cave and sealed the entrance. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. I have to think of a way to reseal the Demon King of the First Heaven with my own strength. Otherwise, I will definitely become his puppet. That's not worth it. Ling Xiao was very clear. He still couldn't fuse with the power of the Demon King of the First Heaven. He could only use the Demon King of the first heaven as a terrifying weapon. If he could use the weapon, he had to be able to put it back. Chapter 1789. Previously, it was the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit that helped Ling Xiao seal the 7 heavenly demon kings. Now, he could only rely on his own strength to seal them. He knew the entire sealing process. The problem was whether he could achieve it. Seal. Ling Xiao's majestic voice rang out as the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit appeared behind him. He wanted to rely on the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit to intimidate the Demon King of the first heaven before sealing him. This would be easier. Immediately, he released his soul power in an attempt to force the Demon King of the first heaven into the seal on his forehead. However, the Heavenly Demon King was still the Heavenly Demon King. How could he submit to a mere human martial artist so easily? He released a terrifying demonic intent in an attempt to resist Ling Xiao's will and the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit's will. After all, the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit had not transformed into a terrifying human figure. Hence, the suppression on the Demon King of the first heaven was not that strong. Become my puppet, human! The Demon King of the first heaven did not only want to resist, but he also wanted to control Ling Xiao's will and occupy Ling Xiao's soul realm. He wanted to make Ling Xiao his puppet. This way, he could use Ling Xiao's body as he wished. He was very satisfied with this mystic world body. He even thought that its future potential was more terrifying than his real body. Occasionally, Ling Xiao's eyes would turn into sharp demonic eyes, revealing a scarlet demonic aura. At other times, they turned into a pair of deep and clear eyes. Those were Ling Xiao's own eyes. Ling Xiao's body trembled. He could feel that the danger he was in was no less than when he was surrounded by the heavenly demon cult members. The terrifying demonic intent was eroding his will step by step, trying to make him submit completely. However, he was not willing. Soul essence release. Ling Xiao roared furiously. A ball of white light flew out from the top of his head and turned into Ling Xiao's figure. He charged towards the Demon King of the first heaven in the sky. This was another fierce battle. However, it was a battle between souls. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit and the Demon King of the first heaven, who had lost his body, were fighting in the void. The battle was extremely intense. Every time Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was injured, his body would feel excruciating pain. His soul realm would also churn with monstrous waves. Kill! Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and calmly faced all of this. The Demon King of the first heaven could only be his weapon, his tool. He was the king, and the Demon King of the first heaven was his servant. He absolutely could not allow this Heaven Devil King's will to become the ruler. Even though his body was injured and he was extremely weak, his soul still maintained an extremely strong fighting spirit. The battle in the sky became increasingly intense. Even though the Demon King of the first heaven had lost his body, he was still extremely terrifying. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was constantly being injured, and he looked to be in a very sorry state. On the ground, Ling Xiao's body was trembling nonstop. His face was deathly pale, as if all the blood had drained from it. Good fellow, demonic creatures will always be demonic creatures. Whenever there's a chance, they'll try to rebel. Ling Xiao knew that he had done something extremely dangerous today. The origin god of the tyrannical heavens, martial spirit, had probably sealed the 7 heavenly demon kings in hopes that one day Ling Xiao would become even stronger. After the 7 heavenly demon kings continued to weaken in the seal, he would then use them. However, the origin god did not expect that Ling Xiao would use the power of the Demon King of the first heaven earlier than he had expected. The current situation was extremely dangerous. The origin god of the tyrannical heavens, martial spirit, was in a deep sleep. Its existence was a secret. Previously, it had appeared because of Ling Xiao. Now, it was impossible for it to awaken. No matter how dangerous the situation was, it could only rely on Ling Xiao's ability to solve the problem. Should he submit? Or should he conquer? This choice was very easy for Ling Xiao. Seal it for me. Ling Xiao let out a shocking roar. Then, the soul of an immemorial hell dragon fused into his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit became slightly stronger. Then, it was an immemorial nature dragon. Then, it was an immemorial 5 elements dragon. The souls of the 3 divine dragons all fused into his primordial spirit, making it extremely strong. But this was not enough. The 12 human immortal martial spirits, the god of slaughter, White Blade, also fused into his primordial spirit. Then it was the Taotai martial spirit lying in the vast universe. Then it was the immemorial heavenly demon fighting spirit, the immemorial golden crow fighting spirit. At this moment, Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was no longer just his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit was fused with even more powerful soul power. This made his primordial spirit extremely strong. According to common sense, this kind of thing should not have happened, because the soul could not fuse with external things. But Ling Xiao was different. His martial spirit was the tyrannical heavens martial spirit. The tyrannical heavens martial spirit was big and contained all things. This made his soul also have the ability to contain all kinds of soul power. In addition, he cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll, which could release a powerful primordial spirit to fight. In this way, the conditions were met, and this amazing combination primordial spirit was born. The primordial spirit still looked like Ling Xiao. He stood there like a god of war, ready to fight to the death with the demon king of the first heaven. If he could not destroy the demon king of the first heaven, then the one who would be destroyed in the end would be him, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not give in. He could not admit defeat. Even if the opponent was so strong, he still had to fight to the end and fight for a future for himself. Kill. An astonishing fighting spirit exploded in the sky. In the forest, a man with a tiger head and a human body, who was more than 2 meters tall, was speeding forward. 2 girls were sitting on his shoulders. One of them was a little girl wearing a blue dress, who looked to be only 12 years old. Her eyes were cold and indifferent, as if she was not interested in anything. The other little girl was wearing a red dress, who was also only 12 years old, but her personality was much more lively. Sister, do you think that terrifying fighting spirit was really a battle between heavenly demons? The girl with the red moon asked with a smile, a very cute expression appearing on her face. Maybe. The girl with the blue snow replied indifferently, as if she was not interested in this matter. Uncle Tiger, run faster. We're almost there. It should be nearby. The little girl with the red moon seemed to be used to the little girl with the blue snow's indifference, so she did not mind. Instead, she spoke to the tiger-headed man in a voice like a silver bell. Got it, my sweetheart. The tiger-headed man suddenly increased his speed and continued to dash forward. On his shoulder, the little girl named Hongyu puffed up her cheeks excitedly. Her little face was really delicate and cute. Although she was only 12 years old, she was already a typical beauty. Her eyes were pink, as beautiful as rubies. After a moment, the tiger-headed man stopped, and he stared dumbfounded at the scene that seemed to have just experienced a natural disaster. Everything in front of him was a scene of doomsday, and it was very frightening. Chapter 1790. In front of the tiger-headed man's eyes was a strange doomsday scene. All the plants and animals were dead, and there were no wounds on the corpses. The cause of death for animals was actually the destruction of their souls. The plants died because they withered. There's someone over there. The little girl in the blue dress suddenly said, "Blue Snow, you still have such good eyesight." Blue Snow had a pair of big, sapphire-like eyes, which were different from Hong Yu's. But they were both very delicate. "Uncle Hu too, let's go over and take a look," Hong Yu said. The tiger-headed man nodded and then walked over carefully. After all, the situation was too strange. And now, he found a man lying there dead or alive. If he was not careful, he would be out of his mind. How strange. Why is this person wrapped in a layer of strange spiritual energy? It doesn't seem to be close. The tiger-headed man found that the man on the ground was just a child. He looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. There were no wounds on his body, but he had already fainted. His body was wrapped in a layer of dazzling golden light. "Let me take a look." Blue Snow flicked her finger, and an aqua-blue energy shot through the air. This energy would not hurt anyone. It was only used to test the effect of the golden light. The energy was shattered when it got close to the golden light. So powerful, so powerful. He should be protected by someone. Look at how weak he is. It's definitely not his own power. Hong Yu clapped her hands and said, "Uncle Hu too, take him away. But remember, don't be hostile. I just observed that the golden light only responds to hostile things." The tiger-headed man seemed to believe the words of the two little girls. He went over and grabbed the young man without thinking. The young man was naturally Ling Xiao. And just as the little girl Hong Yu had said, the golden light on his body only reacted to hostility. After the terrifying battle between his primordial spirit and the demon king of the first heaven, he won a Pyrrhic victory. But after the Pyrrhic victory, he did not have the strength to leave. He was worried that he would be hurt by people with bad intentions. So before he fainted, he released the light shadow armor. He had used all the power of the light and shadow profound meaning on it, coupled with a special array. Even the night demon king he met in the Soul Temple wouldn't be able to easily break through this defense. At the very least, he would have some time to recover in peace. As expected, he's fine. The tiger-headed man looked at Ling Xiao, who was under his arm, and frowned. "You two little sweethearts are really kind. This person's body doesn't have any internal energy fluctuations at all. It seems like he's an innocent person who was implicated." "That's right. He must have been dragged in by this catastrophe. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. We'll let him leave after he recovers." Hong Yue looked at Ling Xiao, blinked her eyes, and said, "Let me take care of him these days." "Up to you." Blue Snow glanced at Hong Yu and said, "Anyway, you've always liked to pick up all sorts of trash when you were young." "They are not trash. They are all injured animals." Hong Yue retorted, "It's useless. They're all trash." Blue Snow said coldly, "All right, two little sweethearts. Stop arguing. Let's go home first." The tiger-headed man was speechless. These two little sweethearts had completely different personalities. One was innocent, lively, kind, and cute. However, she was too naive. However, she was a little girl. There was nothing wrong with her being like this. She would definitely be better after she became more sensible. On the other hand, the other was only 12 years old. However, she seemed to have experienced countless ugly things. She was filled with hatred for this world. He shook his head helplessly and brought Ling Xiao and the two little girls back to his residence. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Ling Xiao had stayed in this unfamiliar town for too long. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave. It was because he discovered that his internal energy had been unexpectedly sealed. Thus, he had to find a way to recover it. He had so many enemies. If he returned in his current state, he would probably be killed before he could even see his friends. Suddenly, a pair of white and tender hands covered Ling Xiao's eyes. The faint fragrance of a young girl drifted from the small hands. Hong Yu, don't you need to cultivate today? Ling Xiao didn't even need to look to know who was standing behind him. In this small family that seemed a little ancient, only this girl was very close to him. What? That's so boring. Big brother, you can always guess that it's me. Can it be Blue Snow? Hong Yu put down her little hands and pouted. She's so cold. She's like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice that can't be melted. Why would she play such a game with me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He really liked this little girl in front of him. Of course, this kind of liking was an elder brother's liking for his younger sister. It wasn't love. This little girl was too cute. She gave off a feeling that made one want to protect her with all their might. That's right. I'm a piece of ice. However, that's only to protect myself. Although you don't have any internal energy, I can tell that you seem to have cultivated before. You should be a martial artist too. Just as Ling Xiao was immersed in the pure sibling relationship between him and Hong Yu, the voice of the girl, who was obviously still very young and tender but also somewhat cold, rang out. That's right. I'm a martial artist. Furthermore, I'm very strong. Ling Xiao didn't really like Blue Snow, just like how this girl didn't like him. Every martial artist thinks that they're infallible. However, I have to warn you, even if you were a martial artist, you're not on the same level as me and Hong Yu. We're publicly recognized as geniuses at the worldly immortal realm. However, you're just a piece of trash who can't even use your own internal energy. Blue Snow said coldly. Trash, trash. You've said these words more than once. What kind of stimulation did you go through to make a little girl like you become so venomous? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. You don't need to know. I know what I have to tell you. In 2 days, Hong Yu and I will be heading to Heavenly Sea City to participate in the final selection of the White Tiger Meat candidates. Blue Snow said plainly. Haven't the White Tiger Meat candidates been decided long ago? Why is there still a selection? Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. You're actually not surprised at all. Don't you think that staying with top geniuses like us will make you even more of a piece of trash? Blue Snow didn't answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, she mocked him coldly. However, Hong Yu giggled and said, Big brother, I heard that it's because there are more candidates this year. Furthermore, it's said that there have been more breakthroughs among the candidates recently. There are also some geniuses from the outer regions who have achieved astonishing breakthroughs and are attempting to participate in the White Tiger Meat. For example, my sister Blue Snow and I. Hence, there will be a final selection in 4 days. Chapter 17, 91. I see. Ling Xiao nodded after listening to Hong Yu's explanation of the final selection. It seemed that a lot of things had happened in Sky Sea City while he was away. He was probably one of the missing or dead people. Hong Yu, what's the point of telling him all this? He can't possibly participate in the White Tiger Meat. Blue Snow said coldly. Aya, what's wrong with talking about it? Big brother, let's go eat. After eating, we can go play together. I don't think I'll have time to play with you after I leave. Hong Yu pulled Ling Xiao's hand and walked to the dining room. That night, the night was like water. Everything entered a state of silence. Ling Xiao stayed in a simple and crude house made of straw, and a string of words flashed through his mind. This string of words was a memory in the depths of his mind. This memory did not belong to him, but he accidentally obtained it. Ling Xiao was not very concerned about other memories. He was most concerned about how to recover his inner strength. It was obvious that his inner strength had not disappeared. Instead, it was hidden in the depths of his cells. This was probably because after the battle with the demon king of the first heaven, his inner strength had automatically formed a defensive mechanism to protect his body from being destroyed. However, this inner strength was now hidden deep in his cells. It was a waste to use it. In the memory of the alternate world, there was a special cultivation method that could extract the energy from his cells and use it for battle. Ling Xiao believed that since he could extract energy from his cells, it should not be a problem for him to recover his inner strength. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate according to the cultivation method in his memory. Gradually, he entered a strange state. He could feel that the energy hidden in his cells was flying out bit by bit. Then it re-entered his meridians and returned to where it was supposed to be. At this moment, he was wild with joy. He had been trying the same cultivation method for the past few days, but the results were minimal. He did not expect to finally have significant results on the seventh day. This meant that his efforts over the past few days were not in vain. He closed his eyes again and entered a state of cultivation. Under such circumstances, the most important thing was to recover his cultivation. Martial vein realm, transcendent realm, celestial realm, grotto heaven realm, first level of yin-yang realm, second level of the yin-yang realm, third level of yin-yang realm. In just one night, Ling Xiao finally recovered to the third level of the yin-yang realm. This speed was really fast. At this rate, I should be able to make a full recovery in 2 more days. At that time, I'll be able to make it in time for the White Tiger Meat's final selection. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the sunlight shining in through the window. He was in a good mood. After a night of cultivation, he felt very tired and needed to rest. His primordial spirit had been severely damaged in the battle with the demon king of the first heaven. It was estimated that he would not be able to use his soul power to fight for a period of time. Only the Tai Chi I could still be used. If he was in his prime, he wouldn't be so tired after one night. Ling, get up and get to work. Don't think that you can slack off just because Miss Hongyu is protecting you. A rough voice came from outside the door. It was the tiger-headed man who had saved Ling Xiao that day. His name was Qin Hu, and his cultivation level was at the 12th level of the yin-yang realm. Of course, he was already in his 40s, so his cultivation level was not high. However, compared to many martial artists, he was an absolute powerhouse. Qin Hu was a good person. In order to prevent Ling Xiao from being looked down upon in this small family, he specially found a job for him. This small family had a restaurant in the small town. Martial artists and guests who passed by liked to rest and eat a little. Business was quite good. Ling Xiao's job was to serve tea and food. To put it bluntly, he was just a waiter. However, Ling Xiao did not hate this kind of job. Earning money with his own efforts and earning dignity was also a good choice. Others had saved him, so he couldn't just eat and drink for free. Perhaps it was because the final selection of the White Tiger Meat's candidate martial artists was about to begin, but there were many guests in the restaurant today. Ling Xiao busied himself. He wished he could work as 10 people. As he busied himself, he continued to train his movement technique and inner strength. He was having a lot of fun. It was not until the afternoon that the number of guests decreased. At this moment, a person walked in from outside. This person, just by standing there, attracted the attention of almost everyone. He was clearly a man, but he had a face that would make women jealous. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and he was handsome. He could definitely be called a top-notch young master. Waiter, serve wine. Serve good wine. The youth in white entered the restaurant and did not even look at the others. It was appropriate to call him arrogant or condescending. Ling Xiao hurriedly placed a jug of wine on the table and said with a smile, "Sir, this is the best willow wine in our restaurant. Please enjoy. Do you want anything else?" Scram. The youth in white waved his hand and asked Ling Xiao to leave. However, his words were very unpleasant. Ling Xiao frowned. He thought to himself that although this person's cultivation was strong and even more terrifying than Qin Hu's, his conduct was really unflattering. Who are you asking to scram? Although his cultivation had not fully recovered, Ling Xiao's temper meant that he could not take this lying down. Apologize immediately. The youth in white glanced at Ling Xiao and could not help but laugh. Apologize to a piece of trash like you? Listen carefully. I'm Prince Charming from the White Horse Kingdom, a vassal state of the Tianhai Empire. I came here in my early years and had a marriage agreement with Blue Snow. You're their servant, so I'm considered half your master. What's wrong with asking you to scram? I'm giving you face. Ask Blue Snow to come here. I don't care if you're Prince Charming or Prince Charming. If you say something wrong, you have to apologize. Ling Xiao said coldly. You dog slave who doesn't understand human language. Scram. Prince Charming suddenly slapped Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and suddenly moved an inch to the side, dodging the slap. Although his cultivation had only recovered to the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, his Tai Chi was still very powerful. He was able to predict Prince Charming's attack, so he was able to dodge the slap. However, it was a pity that he was able to dodge the slap. However, he was not able to dodge Prince Charming's next kick. When Prince Charming saw that he had failed to send Ling Xiao flying with a slap, he was clearly furious. He felt that he had lost face, and his kick was very heavy. If it were an ordinary martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm, they would have been kicked to death on the spot. However, Ling Xiao only wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and actually stood up. Although his cultivation had not recovered, his body was extremely strong. In addition, there was still a large amount of inner energy in his cells. It would not be easy for Prince Charming to kill him. Chapter 1792. I didn't expect a piece of trash like you to be so resilient. However, no matter how resilient you are, you're still trash. Today I'll let you bleed on the spot and teach you how to behave. Prince Charming stood up and stared coldly at Ling Xiao. Evidently, he wanted to kill him. Brother Charming, why are you so angry at a piece of trash? At this moment, Blue Snow walked out and looked at Ling Xiao pitifully. After that, she spoke to Prince Charming. Sister Blue Snow, you've really become prettier. The last time I came, you were only 6. TSK, you're already a big girl now. Prince Charming laughed and said, Forget it. I won't kill that dog on your account. Tell him to scram as far as he can. You'll regret not killing me today. Ling Xiao suddenly grinned and spoke with a ferocious expression. Ha 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 ha. Regret? Don't worry. No matter when killing a piece of trash, like you will be as easy as playing. Prince Charming laughed very proudly. He didn't take Ling Xiao's words to heart at all. Right now, he wanted to show his gentlemanly side in front of his fiancée. Ayaya, isn't this Prince Charming? You're here to bring Blue Snow and Miss Hongyu to Heavenly Sea City, right? At this time, the tiger-headed man, Qin Hu, also walked over and said to Prince Charming with a carefree smile. It seemed like he was trying to smooth things over and help Ling Xiao. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be killed by Prince Charming. He knew this Prince Charming very well. He was extremely vicious and ruthless. Prince Charming was 20 years old 6 years ago, but his cultivation had already reached the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. At that time, he had already taken a liking to Blue Snow. However, Blue Snow's parents weren't willing to accept this marriage. In the end, this vicious fellow killed Blue Snow's parents in the middle of the night and tainted Blue Snow. This was the key reason why Blue Snow's personality suddenly changed. Otherwise, Blue Snow would probably be as innocent as Hongyu. She wouldn't be as cold and realistic as she was now. To marry the enemy who killed her parents, for a 12-year-old girl, how much pressure must she have to bear in her heart? When Ling Xiao heard this from Qin, he was really shocked. Originally, because of today's humiliation, he wanted to kill this Prince Charming. After knowing this matter, his killing intent became even stronger. There was no other reason. He just hated people like Prince Charming. Qin, keep that dog of yours in check. Don't let it bite people for no reason. Oh, right. It doesn't even have the ability to bite people. Prince Charming glanced at Ling Xiao and continued, Go pack up Blue Snow and Red Moon. I'll take them away. Qin responded and went to pack his luggage. When he came back, Hongyue also followed. It's you again. I won't go with you. I'll go to Sky Sea City by myself. Sister Blue Snow, don't go with him. Hongyue was obviously dissatisfied with Prince Charming, and her words were very rude. Go by myself? Do you know where Heavenly Sea City is? Prince Charming said with disdain. I know. I can bring her there. Ling Xiao said plainly. Yes, Big Brother can bring me there. I won't go with someone like you. Who knows what kind of crooked ideas you have? Humph! Hongyue grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and looked at Prince Charming. Humph! You must be blind to fall for this trash. However, I advise you to be careful. The journey won't be peaceful. Don't lose your lives in the end. Prince Charming snorted coldly. It's none of your business. Hongyue pouted and said, Okay, I don't care. Blue Snow, let's go. Your sister has no taste. She's actually willing to be with this trash. It's a pity. A flower stuck in cow dung. Prince Charming's eyes revealed a bit of cruel killing intent. It seemed like he was planning to kill Ling Xiao and Hongyue together. Prince Charming brought Blue Snow out of the tavern. Outside, a team of dozens of people was waiting there. Just Prince Charming's bodyguards alone had 10 Yin-Yang Realm Level 8 experts. Although they couldn't be compared to the Heavenly Demon Cult, they were already very powerful. In addition to the wild beasts that had been tamed as mounts, this team's fighting strength wasn't low. No wonder they were confident in protecting Hongyue and Blue Snow to Heavenly Sea City. However, Ling Xiao still laughed disdainfully. Once his cultivation recovered, he wouldn't even care about this team. After Prince Charming left with Blue Snow, Ling Xiao's life continued as usual. During the day, he worked and adjusted to his recovered cultivation. At night, he cultivated with all his might and extracted the inner strength that he couldn't use from his cells. That night, Ling Xiao's cultivation recovered to Yin-Yang Realm Level 8. At this level of cultivation, at the very least, it would be impossible for ordinary people to humiliate him. After all, the higher his cultivation level, the stronger his light shadow esoteric meaning, and the faster his speed. Even if he wasn't a match for others, he wouldn't be humiliated. It was daytime again, but Ling Xiao didn't have to work today. Qin, who had arranged for him to take a day off. He was prepared to enter the Demon Mountain Forest near the town to experience the battle strength of a Yin-Yang Realm Level 8 expert. The Demon Mountain Forest got its name because it was close to the Demon Mountain. The danger inside wasn't something that ordinary martial artists dared to enter. Those who could enter the Demon Mountain were all Yin-Yang Realm martial artists. Those below the Yin-Yang Realm would be courting death if they went in. Ling Xiao was bored as he walked in the forest. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of battle ahead. He took a peek with interest. He was just curious to see what was going on. However, after taking a look, his lips curled into a cold and cruel, murderous smile. The two sides of the battle were actually a demonic beast and a martial artist. This martial artist was none other than Ling Xiao's great enemy, the Yin-Yang Demon King. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the Yin-Yang Demon King was so powerful that it was suffocating. He could only be killed by the Moon Lady's power. However, the Yin-Yang Demon King today, was so weak in Ling Xiao's opinion. Yin-Yang Realm Level 7. In the divine Phoenix continent of the past, this was definitely a peak existence. However, in the White Tiger continent, it was nothing. It couldn't even compare to Ling Xiao, whose cultivation had not fully recovered. He smiled coldly. His figure turned into a dark shadow, and he arrived behind the Yin-Yang Demon King. Then, he gently placed a hand on the other party's shoulder. The Yin-Yang Demon King was fighting wholeheartedly. The demonic beast in front of him was very troublesome to deal with. However, the beast core of this awakened lion beast could allow him to quickly recover his cultivation. He dreamed of the powerful strength that the true demon empire had when it dominated the mystic world. At that time, he didn't fear anyone other than the true demon emperor. He could be said to be invincible. However, he who had not fully recovered his cultivation was suppressed by a mere human from the heavenly dynasty empire. He couldn't accept this. Chapter 1793. The Yin-Yang Demon King imagined himself recovering his cultivation and killing Ling Xiao, then seeking revenge on Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden. He couldn't help but laugh. But at that moment, he felt a light pat on his shoulder. This slap gave him a fright, because he hadn't sensed the person at all. This was simply a matter of life and death. He tried to shake off the person's hand, but found that the hand was like a heavy mountain pressing down on him, making him unable to move. This made him even more terrified. "Who are you? Do we have a grudge?" Cold sweat poured down the Yin-Yang Demon King's forehead. At that moment, the awakening lion beast also pounced over. Perhaps the awakening lion beast thought that this was the best opportunity to kill him. Boom. However, the awakening lion beast's dream didn't come true. The moment it pounced over, it was killed by Ling Xiao, who was standing behind the Yin-Yang Demon King. Ling Xiao also needed the awakening lion beast's beast core, not to mention that this demonic beast didn't have good eyesight. He casually grabbed the awakening lion beast's beast core and stuffed it into his mouth. After swallowing the awakening lion beast core, his cultivation recovered a little. Wonderful. With this thing, I should be able to fully recover my cultivation today, and I should be able to rush back to Sky Sea City tomorrow. Ling Xiao was excited. It seemed that coming to the Demon Mountain Forest today was the right choice. Not only did he meet his enemy, the Yin-Yang Demon King, but he also obtained the awakening lion beast's beast core. And there seemed to be more than one beast core. There were many more in the Yin-Yang Demon King's storage ring. This couldn't escape his Tai Chi eye. Yin-Yang Demon King, do you still recognize me? Ling Xiao turned the Yin-Yang Demon King's body around to face him. He could kill the Yin-Yang Demon King directly, but that would be too boring. He had to let the other party know who killed him. You. The moment the Yin-Yang Demon King turned around, all of his fantasies disappeared. Ling Xiao, the one controlling him, was actually Ling Xiao. Did he still want to live? He frantically circulated the Yin-Yang energy in his body and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't resist at all. Yesterday, Prince Charming hit him. Although he was slightly injured, it also promoted the flow of internal force in his cells. This was a good thing. Therefore, he wished to be beaten. The Yin-Yang Demon King's attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, causing blood to flow from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. However, his face was brimming with a smug smile. A 9th-level Yin-Yang realm cultivator was recovering much faster than him, sitting there like a fool. If he had known that he could recover his cultivation by taking a beating, he would have done so long ago. Thank you, but you still have to die. In the past, Ling Xiao did not have the ability to kill the Yin-Yang Demon King, so he did not do so. Now that he had the ability, he naturally wouldn't miss it. With a thought, the terrifying blood-soul dragon talisman floated above his head. Blazing hellfire spewed out, causing the Yin-Yang Demon King to tremble. "Don't worry, I don't care about your body. However, I will refine your soul into a martial soul and make it a part of my 9 demons' divine art." Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. He exerted force in his hand, and a terrifying sword aura pierced through the Yin-Yang Demon King's body, instantly turning this former powerhouse into a pile of mud. Then, he threw it into the Blood Soul Dragon talisman. Of course, before that, he had already snatched the Yin-Yang Demon King's storage ring. Looking around, Ling Xiao confirmed that there was no one around. He did not go anywhere else and sat down cross-legged. He took out all the lion cores in the Yin-Yang Demon King's storage ring and began eating them one by one. As he ate the cores, he used the special cultivation method in his memory to continuously recover his cultivation. The Yin-Yang Demon King had worked hard for a long time. There were more than 100 beast cores in the storage ring. Unfortunately, it all went to someone else. It was Ling Xiao's turn. 2 hours passed. 4 hours had passed. When the 6th hour began, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. Not only had his cultivation recovered to its peak, but it had also broken through and reached the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but the 9 demons' divine art had also been effectively replenished. The Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, the Lightning Demon King, and now the Yin-Yang Demon King. There were now 4 Demon Kings. After obtaining the Yin-Yang Demon King's ability, Ling Xiao's chances of survival had greatly increased. The Yin-Yang Demon King's ability allowed him to change his appearance at will, which was why he could live longer. Unless there was someone like Ling Xiao who had the Tai Chi, it would be difficult to see through it. After recovering his cultivation, Ling Xiao could not wait to return to Sky Sea City. After calculating the time, the final selection should be tomorrow. If he did not return tomorrow, it was very likely that he would miss the white tiger meat he had painstakingly cultivated so that he could obtain a satisfactory result in the white tiger meat. Then he would obtain the generous rewards and continue to become stronger. To him, there was no limit to martial arts. As long as he could become stronger, he was willing to risk his life. Originally, he could leave for Sky Sea City directly from here. However, he had promised to bring Hongyu along. He could not go back on his word, so he had to go back and say goodbye. Moreover, this small clan had saved his life. It would be inappropriate for him to leave just like that. He stood up and was about to return to Hongyu's home when he suddenly sensed a familiar aura from dozens of kilometers away. The aura was released on purpose so that he could sense it. Cold plum. Ling Xiao frowned and then shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that those people had already come out of seclusion. However, they did not see him and began to search everywhere. He followed the aura and searched for it. In a valley, he saw Cold Plum and 2 heavenly demon cult martial artist corpses. Currently, Cold Plum's cultivation had reached the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm 10th level. The 2 heavenly demon cult martial artists that she had killed were both at the 11th level Yin-Yang Realm. From the looks of it, Long Mei was really trying her best to cultivate in order to help him. "Master!" Cold Plum almost cried when she saw Ling Xiao. "All right, girl. I'm fine. Where are the others?" Ling Xiao asked. "They split up to look for you. Everyone's cultivation had a breakthrough. It's all thanks to the magic crystal liquid that you gave us." Cold Plum answered. "Find a way to find them and tell them that they can go back and prepare for the final selection. I'll go to the selection site later." Ling Xiao said, "No, Master. I want to go with you. Listen to me. I'm just going back to thank the person who saved my life. If you go, they'll think that you're looking for trouble. As you can see, I'm very healthy now and my cultivation is very strong. It won't be easy for anyone to kill me. Ling Xiao patted Cold Plum's head and smiled. All right. Cold Plum was unwilling to disobey Ling Xiao's order. Moreover, she did not have to worry when she saw that Ling Xiao was fine.